on the following areas. Particularly, we're going to look at the categorization of municipalities. So we're looking at 2021 and 2022 because there's a significance of the two dates. We're also looking at the status of the Municipal Support and Intervention Program, the development in this regard, submissions of the annual financial statements, the status of Sol Plaatjie. So I'm in your hands with respect to whether we're going to discuss Phokwane now or we'll discuss Phokwane on Thursday. But no, as we will be going through to our we do both days. Then we make recommendations to the portfolio committee in this regard. As indicated, the purpose, as the chairperson has indicated, from our side is to speak on the status of performance of Sol Plaatjie and Phokwane, the state of compliance, successes and challenges, progress in the services provided, implementation of the MRP, and the support provided by provincial government in this regard. As you correctly indicated from the beginning of your opening statement, that part of the challenge that we are, the reasons that we are here is because of a decision that was taken by cabinet. And you see in the slide, we're speaking about the areas that cabinet had resolved on once they had received the state of local government report in for the 30th of 2021. And the primarily based their resolution on three performance areas: political governance, administration, finance, service delivery, including local development. And then the levels of the categorization that they used in order to cover the key performance areas were the four, which is dysfunctional, medium high, low risk, and stable or green in respect of colors. And we can report here that the state of local government report identified a number of municipalities, and in the province, there's about 9 of us which are dysfunctional. They're moving from my side. Technical? My apologies, Chair, and members. My sincere apologies to the members. We have initially tried to resolve the technical part of it. As I was saying, Cabinet resolved that there are challenges within 36 municipalities experiencing a range of challenges, amongst which are governance, for serious delivery challenges, and a total of about 163 municipalities on financial distress, and a total of about 64 municipalities across the country. And hey. None of which from the Northern Cape, and we identified the challenges across key performance areas of governance, administration, service delivery, and financial management. And it is these areas, Chair, that we had to work on to ensure that we support the 9 municipalities in the province with the balance of the others that are in the medium to high risk, and those that are in the low risk to become stable, and the one that is stable to retain stable status. the extent that we should then be seeing improvement in all municipalities. Chair, the next slide for the members that have got copies of the presentation, we did not by mistake include it in the presentation, and all that it does not throw the baby with the bath. It just indicates the basis under which the two municipalities were found to be dysfunctional. And if you look at Sol Plaatjie, it says ourselves, Minister and Sector Department, to support the turnaround plan of the provincial government. Remember, that was the period when there was unrest in the municipality because of lack of service delivery. To strengthen, soliciting additional support and to strengthen infrastructure programs. And with respect to Phokwane, honorable members would recall that Phokwane had qualified to be under intervention, the whole package of the Section 139 intervention of the Constitution. Phokwane had qualified to vote. And key for us this morning, and as we go to Phokwane, is the monitoring of the implementation of the Section 139.5, which is the intervention of the financial recovery plan. I'm not going to go into the rest of the other municipalities. As a result of that, this is a pie chart that gives you an indication of a synopsis of how municipalities in the province look like. As at the 30th of June 2021, we had 9 municipalities which are under dysfunctional, 5 which were classified as low risk, 16 as medium high, and 1 as stable. And the graphical analysis of it per district is as follows. You will obviously see that under the Namapa district, there is no municipality that is dysfunctional. So dysfunctionality would appear in 4 of our districts within the province. As indicated, it's 9 municipalities, and those that are medium to high risk is 16, low risk is 5, and as at that time, there was only 1 stable municipality. So our concentration is going to stick under the dysfunctional red area because Phokwane and Sol Plaatjie falls in that category. And they both fall within the Francis Bart district municipality. As indicated earlier, I had indicated to the members, we have 2 dates critical for us, categories of municipalities as at the 30th of June 2021. And this picture gives you an indication of how the situation looks like now. If I quickly take you back, you'll see top right is 5 municipalities under low, and bottom right is 1 stable municipality. And if you look at this presentation, it gives you an indication, although we're not at those areas, the low risk is only 1 district, and the stable is 4 additional municipalities, which makes them 5. And our picture then looks as follows. We've moved from low risk to 1, and we've moved or added additional 4 municipalities under the stable municipalities, and we have 5. It is the progress that is being discussed and under consideration. We are going to Cabinet tomorrow, and we're making the presentation, including this area. We come from the cluster and we make the motivation. And we also make a business case, Chair, subject to approval from Expo, that the numbers under 9 should also be moved from 9 to 8, and Sol Plaatjie should be moved from dysfunctional to medium risk because of the significant improvement that we have seen, given the basis under which Sol Plaatjie was put under dysfunctional category. Now, as following the Cabinet resolution of the 30th of June, it's resolved that because government has already prepared constitutional and legislative mechanisms to intervene in municipalities, we should not do any other thing but to stick to what the constitutional imperative provides us. We should use Section 154 of the Constitution to support all municipalities, those that are dysfunctional and those that we want to intervene in. before we can do a Section 1 technology intervention. And we should develop what they call a municipal support and intervention package, which should be used to ensure that municipalities receive the necessary support from provincial government. And the slide indicates the areas of support and engagements that the MECs, both the Auditor and ourselves, our MEC of Proctor, has gone into municipalities to ensure that we have discussions on what support we're going to provide municipalities and what mechanisms are we going to ensure that these municipalities are changed from their current status. This, Chair, including the slide, indicates that we, through the offices of both MECs, we held extended MEC mayoral forums as soon as we had received the resolution from Cabinet. And part of the key factor, Chair, that emerged from the Cabinet resolution was that at the provincial level, we should establish a multidisciplinary task team which will support municipalities to ensure that they are revived. And we've certainly done that. You see, I should make a presentation on the areas of support that we've received from all the other sector departments. Chair, we're indicating this slide that speaks to submission of annual financial statements because financial statements becomes the basis on which a municipality gets assessed on its financial viability, and we're using quite a number of variables to determine whether municipality is able to achieve a clean audit or not. And we can indicate on this slide that Sol Plaatjie, as you can see, is not on the list of municipalities that did not comply. Sol Plaatjie complied with the submission within the appropriate time frames. Phokwane submitted on the 30th of September 2020. Chair, the discussion is going to be on both as indicated, and these municipalities that both come from Sol Plaatjie, that's from Provincial District. I had thought I would speak directly from my laptop, but it now looks like I have to wear spectacles to look at the fine print. As you will recall, we spoke about 5 key performance areas, and the first 2 on the slide is going to be for Sol Plaatjie on political and governance. And the status of 2021 indicates that there's political tension between municipality and community, and there's highly politicized unions leading to tense labor relations and environment in the municipality. And as a result of that, we had engagements within the council to ensure that there is significant understanding of politics. We engaged both the council and the administration from our MECs, and as a result, the current status that we're able to report on is that the council and executive committees and all committees have been established post the local government elections. You recall that this happened about 6 months before the local government elections. And post the local government elections, all systems fell into place to the extent that we were able to see stability within the political areas of the municipality. At the governance level, we indicated that the municipal manager and CFO are on precautionary suspension. And it was a historical exposition that we made. And we also indicated the Section 106 investigation and council meetings which are regulated, and the committees of council and the poor oversight that was not done by the council, and the poor and weak decision making by the municipal council, no consequence management and maladministration and poor performance. With the intervention of the situation as at the end of February, Chair, we are able to indicate, as the presentation indicates, Section 106 investigation report has been set aside by the High Court. Accordingly, the CFO and the municipal manager returned to the office as at that time. Council is exercising oversight in accordance with expectation. You remember one of the tasks that we must also discuss is whether there's compliance to legislation, and this is an indication in that regard. The municipality has adopted a consequence management policy, which is being implemented. The municipality will come and speak in this regard. The performance evaluation remains a challenge. Work committees have been established and have been inducted, and they're functioning very well. And at the governance level, we're also able to indicate that all senior managers have signed performance agreements as at for the financial year 2023. At the level of administration, Chair, we're also able to indicate those 5 key performance challenges within the administration KPA. And we're also reporting on the right-hand side the progress that we have made as at the 28th of February. Here for us is that the municipality has policies and procedures in place, and this to us speaks to the compliance to legislation, as the portfolio committee said we should speak to that. Challenges based on the internal audit and AJSA report is consistent in the implementation of the procedures. There is a new municipal manager, as the mayor also has indicated, appointed from the 1st of August 2022. You'll see the history of the following bullets after the MM Chair indicates the fall of the executive management in the municipality and for various reasons. Others are because one is because she resigned out of her own free volition. The other, her contract had come to an end. The other was because she had been requested at some point to continue supporting the municipality, but because of her age of retirement, she had been forced to go on retirement by the end of October 2022. So these are the implications of what is it that took place in between those areas. We're able to indicate that the positions, the vacant positions of the CFO and the Executive Director of Corporate Services have been advertised, and as well as the position of the Executive Director Infrastructure Service and Infrastructure and Services were advertised, and the closing date was the 27th of March 2023. Now, with respect to financial management, as part of one of the key performance areas, we're also able to indicate the areas of classification by National Treasury as financial distress, mainly due to poor revenue collection and lack of financial controls, and a discretionary financial recovery plan is supposed to be implemented, and a whole range of issues, including audit outcomes, ESCOM debt, and water board debt, as at the 30th of June 2021. And the status on the right-hand side indicates the progress that we have made to ensure that we support the municipality in getting out of their dysfunctional status. To indicate that the budget is now funded, we recall that the greatest part of the dysfunctionality of the municipality, in Sol Plaatjie status particular, was they had an unfunded budget. And if you have an unfunded budget, it means you have an imaginary amount of money that you say you're going to use to implement your strategy and your IDP and your budget as defined. But if it is not funded, it therefore means you're going to spend money that you do not have, or you're going to run out of money to implement your project. So Provincial Treasury Chair in this regard has supported the municipality to ensure that their budget is funded. We do not shy away to say it is unsustainable. Budget processes is not an event. It's a process that you undertake, and over a period of time, you're able to do certain things and eventually become sustainable. And the municipality is going to be able to speak to you in this regard. And as we indicate, that the municipality is working in a turnaround plan to improve their revenue collection. But at the heart of it is the fact that the municipality has been able to submit the annual financial statement within the required time, at the 31st of August. And the outcome of the audit remains qualified because they have not yet improved in that regard. And then with respect to service delivery, Chair, we're able to indicate as well that there has been operational and maintenance challenges due to financial situation because of aging infrastructure, which is also dilapidated, spillage of posing health risks. We have been in the news ourselves and Sol Plaatjie for the R31 spillage. It has been the talk of the town. The dysfunctional infrastructure of the municipality, illegal connections, unspent grants, water and sanitation, backlogs in informal settlements, and poor roads maintenance and infrastructure. Chair, we are able to report this morning that we, through the support from our colleagues from NISA and DWS and Provincial Roads and Public Works, we have been in the space of the municipality, including through our MIC unit, to ensure that the municipality is able to move and implement majority of these projects, and to ensure that some of the key challenges that the municipality was developed by, they become resolved as soon as possible. You'll see in the presentation that we've highlighted the key areas of the institutions that have supported the municipality. We're not going to have a slide that is going to speak to the separate Section 154 intervention that the municipality has made. But this area are the areas where the provincial government, through the support of, through its means, has been able to support Sol Plaatjie in this regard. You'll see that DWS is funding the construction of the Katas Ridge sewer outflow, and if we're able to resolve that problem, majority of the spillage in the street of Sol Plaatjie are beginning to reduce. The Provincial Roads and Public Works has been in a position to support the municipality with the paving of a number of streets, which we probably go through to visit them tomorrow when we do the site visit. Still under civil delivery, Chair, we're also able to report that part of the biggest challenge that caused the municipality to be identified as dysfunctional was the fact that there's been vandalism of the infrastructure, especially electrical cables at pump stations, which automatically says to you where there is a need for sewer to be pumped and there is no electrical connections or cables, the sewer is going to run in the street. You also see on the right-hand side the substantial amount of work done through the Section 154 of the Constitution, the Department of Roads and Public Works supporting the municipality in those streets. Chair, SALCA is not part of government, but we left their support in municipalities in this regard purely because, if you remember, we said the Cabinet resolved that the support to municipalities must be done through a multidisciplinary team, and part of our member in the team is SALCA, and we have supported municipalities substantially to ensure that they have small-scale embedded generations, and part of the assistance that we have provided is on the non-revenue of water. Chair, provincial government has appropriated and allocated a substantial amount of money to give effect to the municipal support and intervention package. And part of that package, through the package, we were able to make provision to Sol Plaatjie for an amount of about 2 million, which might not have been all used to ensure that they address the water challenges that was running through to the dam and to alleviate the challenge in the R31 provincial road. With respect to the local economic development strategy that is in place, over and above the fact that it is in place, you'll see, Chair, the slide does not say there is a problem with local economic development. But nonetheless, we went ahead and identified the key performance indicator, and we provided support through SALGA and the Department of Economic Development to ensure that whatever there is, the local economic development is also play a significant role in ensuring that Sol Plaatjie becomes a better and improved municipality. That is our story, Chair and members, with respect to Sol Plaatjie. I'm not so sure if the arrangement is that we take both presentations and questions thereafter, or we proceed to questions for Sol Plaatjie, and then only thereafter we'll do Phokwane. Direction, Chair?
May you repeat?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. We will proceed to Sol Plaatjie, not to Phokwane, apologies. So with respect to Phokwane, you recall that Phokwane was a municipality that we intervened in, and purely because of the three critical areas: the governance, administration, and financial situation of the municipality. And in that regard, we eventually went to Provincial Executive Council to solicit its approval to intervene as well under Section 1395. Because the intervention took place in 2019, 2020, so a lot of improvements happened at the administrator level, which is no longer an important task for the committee, because you are aware of the situation in Phokwane. We now left with the implementation of Section 1395, which is the implementation of the financial recovery plan. But this, in addition to that, we still left with the cabinet resolution that indicates the 5 key performance areas that we need to implement to ensure that the municipality becomes a better managed municipality and move from its dysfunctional status to a stable municipality. And in this regard, Chair, for political and governance, the slide will indicate 2 bullets under political governance. Under politics, the new municipal council, which was elected in November 2020, following a dissolution of the municipal council, was there. The municipality is under Section 1395 of the Constitution, and the politics would indicate, our progress with respect to politics would indicate the Provincial Executive Council decisions on what it has to do with respect to FRT, and as well as the number of interventions that has taken place, and the MEC's intervention in respect of the politics in the municipality. With respect to governance, we indicate that the municipality is still under 1395, and all its number of positions remains vacant as at that time. And as at that time, Chair, one of us from Coxstar was seconded to become an MM of the municipality, and the new council is meeting regularly, and then the committees of council are also meeting. Post that, we're able to report, Chair, that there's quite a number of activities that have taken place. Our colleague who was at the municipality as an acting MM has since come back and left. We now have a colleague from Provincial Treasury who's been seconded to the municipality as the acting MM since November 2021. And there is significant progress that we're able to see on the compliance with some of the legislative mandates. Remember that once a provincial treasury person or a Coxstar person is there, our principal task is to take advantage of the situation and implement the legislative compliance requirements at the municipality to ensure that there is significant improvement in this regard. Work committees have been established and inducted. There's quite a number of council workshops that took place, and internal audit committees is resuscitated, which is compliance with legislation in this regard. And as I indicated, we're not going to go into individual slides that speak to the support of provincial government in terms of Section 154. We're also able to indicate the support that we have provided to the municipality with respect to the mandatory intervention and the workshops that took place. Chair, all senior managers in the municipality, acting senior managers, remember that we said all senior managers of the municipalities have since left. Those that are there in acting capacity have been able to sign the performance agreements. At the level of administration, the slide confirms that senior managers have since left, and the withdrawal of the administrator has affected momentum of the recovery plan, as it is something that happens similarly across the whole country. When administrators leave, the whole municipality system, governance system administration seems to collapse back to what it used to be. Structure remains bloated, and poor performance management was observed at that time, and non-compliance of legislation in the regulatory regulations and policies. This was the situation as at that time, and we are pleased to indicate that, notwithstanding the fact that there was a delay in the filling of senior management positions, they were caused by the instability within the municipal council. And we have now been able to provide necessary support to ensure that you see from bullet point 2 up to bullet point 4 is an indication of the activities that took place to fill the positions, with advertisements that are taking place, the shortlisting, and the basis for the lapsing of the areas that have been provided. Remember that even if one of us from provincial government is at the municipality, when municipality fails to comply or to stick to timelines, the MECs of both Cocktail and Provincial Treasury do not overlook the situation. We still stick to the rules and inform the municipality that they have not kept within the regulatory framework and they have to re-advertise the position. Chair, I must indicate that the MMCFO, all senior manager positions have now been advertised, and the closing date was the 19th of January 2023. You recall that you will not see any progress of this because the MEC, once the process has begun, would only become party to it once the municipality issues him with an appointment outcome and report in the process that has been undertaken. I suppose tomorrow, Thursday, when it gets to Phokwane, the leadership there will be in a position to take the portfolio committee into confidence with respect to the process with the appointment of the officials. At financial management level, Chair, we are able to indicate a picture of what transpired at that time, which is the financial distress situation due to low revenue base and poor revenue collection. And on the right-hand side, we're able to indicate the implications of the support that the municipality has received from ourselves and Provincial Treasury on what is it that we have done. Provincial Treasury Chair has, as part of the Section 154 contribution to the process, has deployed a municipal financial improvement plan advisor to support the municipality in their measures and mechanisms to collect and to increase their revenue. Training to the impact. Remember that part of the initial challenge that we had was non-compliance with legislation and lack of consequence management. And absent an impact that is functional, that is the result that we have. And with the impact that we now have is that the impact received report of UIFW, unauthorized regular and wasteful expenditures that takes place. The council is functional, it is able to receive a report of non-compliance with legislation, misconduct, and it is dealing with those as and when it is necessary. Provincial Treasury has in this regard also supported municipalities to customize and adopt the UFW reduction strategy. Chair, at one of the bullets we indicated that Phokwane is one of the municipalities with the highest UFW in the province, and Provincial Treasury certainly has to take these measures and mechanisms to ensure that they have a reduction strategy. Part of the challenge that we also identified at that time was the fact that the budget of the municipality was unfunded. And we're now able to indicate that the municipality has developed and adopted the budget funding plan, and we're hoping that it will move the budget from unfunded to funded budget. It is not something that is going to take place as quickly as you might want to see, but it's something it is that we are working on and ensuring that there's significant amount of improvement in this regard. Then with respect to financial management, in addition to that, a financial recovery plan is being implemented as at the time. We're making a bold statement on the interventions that we have made on the FRP. It is being developed, it is being implemented. We also note, Chair, that the delay for its 100% implementation was the fact that there was instability in the municipality following the 2021 elections, local government elections. But the absence of the senior managers as well is taking a toll on the implementation of the FRP. And with the process that we're undertaking, the filling of the positions, we're hoping that come the 1st of July, when we begin the financial year, we should be in a position to have performance agreements done, as the bill signed, implementation of the FRP entered into by all the senior managers who have been appointed at that time. And the picture moving forward is going to be much different than what it is now. And we're hoping by the next first half of the new financial year, from our side, we should have improved the municipality from dysfunctional to some different level of categorization. So the audit committee has indicated that municipality was received audit outcomes. The AG has indicated the municipality remained qualified and remained distinct, and the audit is outstanding. Absent a chief financial officer in any organization, these are the results of what you then qualify. And we are working very hard to ensure that come the beginning of the 1st of July, the next financial year, the municipality is able to have a chief financial officer, and who will certainly have the attributes, skills, qualifications to prepare an annual financial statement without using consultants. And we're hoping that come the end of the term to submit AFSs, that person should be able to do that. With ESCOM debt share, we're able to indicate the challenge that the municipality has because of the low revenue that she experienced at that time. It still has got rippling effect in the implementation of the payment plan and the litigation that has taken place between ESCOM and the municipality. With respect to service delivery, we're able to indicate the operational and maintenance challenges that were there. Previously, when we intervened in the municipality, the key infrastructure issue that was there for intervention purposes was because the community did not receive sufficient regular provision of water as it was required by the water legislation. And also able to indicate the unspent grants by the UN, water and sanitation backlog, and the challenges that municipality had with respect to the infrastructure grants. Now, if you look at the status as at the 28th of February 2023 on our numbers, you are able to see that MIP allocation for 2022-23 was 29.536 million. why is this a problem all the time? 29,536,000. And 19 million of that amount has been transferred to the municipality to the extent that by the end of February, they had surpassed the threshold of expenditure and they spent about 72% of their transfer funds, and they now have a balance of about 15.8 million. So there is improvement with respect to the implementation of the NIP grants allocated to the municipality as opposed to how the state was supposed to be previously. And the municipalities through the MISA was provided with technical and project management support and advice during the implementation of projects. And it is that kind of Section 154 support that we see the municipality improving its performance with respect to.
You have 2 minutes to round up.
Thanks, Chair. You also see that DWS in the minutes that I have funded the municipality with respect to upgrading of wastewater pump stations. And we're also able to see the current projects that the municipality is implementing. We are at the doorstep of the municipality, Chair, on the implementation of CWP program, and we're able to indicate that we've got 1,041 participants, youth at 342, women at 886, and people with disabilities at 25, and 175 minutes. The LAG strategy, Chair, is in place through SALGA and DAT, and we're making the following recommendation that you note the presentation and you note the support and intervention by the provincial government, and that our support and monitoring will continue to ensure that the two municipalities are able to be migrated from dysfunctional to a higher system. That's our story, Chairperson, and members. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You went beyond my 15 minutes, and I allowed you because your existence as co-staff is to support and capacitate. That's the reason I allowed you to take 40 minutes. May we now call upon the Office of the Auditor-General. And the SALGA would be ready itself after the Auditor-General. You introduce yourself, Chair, and your colleagues, and make your presentation.
15 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the Portfolio Committee, MECs, MMs, mayors, HODs, and other provincial and municipal officials present. My name is Simon du Plessis. I'm a senior manager in the Office of the Auditor-General. I want to make an apology for Mr. Charles Baloy, the business unit leader, was unfortunately not able to make the meeting this morning. And I want to introduce the team from the AGSA that is present. I'm going to start on my left. Mrs. Jocelyn Peterson, she's an assistant manager. She will be doing the presentation for Sol Plaatjie. Are you going to do it? That's Mr. Yassine Suleiman. He's the manager. He was the manager on Sol Plaatjie, so he will be doing the presentation. And then Mr. Tebon Katu, who's our stakeholder liaison manager. Mr. Kosi Jafta, a senior manager in our office. Then Mr. Louis Botha, also a senior manager in our office. Mr. Botha will be doing the presentation on Phokwane. And then Mr. Ndabizinhle Nkosi, also a senior manager in our office. Thank you, Chair.
My name is Yasin Suleiman. From the Auditor-General. I'll be briefing the Portfolio Committee with regards to the Sol Plaatjie local municipality. The overall key message that we wanted to bring out with our audit report and management report basically entails all three audit areas. So firstly, for our financial statement outcome, we would like to bring to your attention that the financial statement audit outcome has been stagnant for the past 5 years, since 2017. So this basically indicates that the municipality needs stability at the top, and the audit issues that were identified is with regards to financial statements, performance reports, and material findings were also identified within the scoped-in compliance areas. I just would like to bring to your attention that this audit report is for the previous financial year, so this was before the appointment of the current municipal manager. I will then also proceed with regards to performance information, indicate that that was also stagnant from the prior year to the current year. Municipality was unable to submit complete and accurate underlying records. Okay. During the audit process, we also identified that the municipality is facing cash flow difficulties, and this is evident in the service delivery, the ability of the municipality to deliver their services mandate. Okay. If we then proceed on to our next slide, we can clearly see the pattern of the audit outcome for the financial statements over the period of 5 years. We have the following areas that has been qualified, which is our property, plant and equipment, service charges, trade and receivables from exchange transactions, our statutory receivables from non-exchange transactions, investment properties, inventory, and revenue from exchange transactions. Now, if we can see in the table that is there, we are depicting that these issues have been existing in the prior years as well. So it's not new issues that has only been existing in the year that we have audited. It has been historical issues that has been coming on from the prior years. If we then look at the next table, we can then see also that the number of audit report paragraphs from the year 2017 to 2018 has increased from 4 paragraphs to about 15 audit report paragraphs, which is not a good indication. The main and the root causes and the impact of the financial statement audit outcome is basically in relation to 3 vacancies in senior management, no consequence management, slow responses by management to address and correct audit issues, slow responses by the political leadership in effectively implementing measures to stabilize the municipality, and the lack of internal controls to adequately prevent and detect the misstatements. Okay. I would then like to focus on the audit of the predetermined objectives, which we can also see our historical background. We have been indicating disclaimer for both the current year that we've audited as well as the prior year. And the main reason for this is also vacancies within the IDP department and the indicators not being supported by documentation. So we would therefore like to recommend to the municipality to ensure that the indicators are well defined and meet the measurability criteria. These indicators must also then be supported by documentation upon the request of the auditors. Then we would like to move over to our compliance with laws and regulations. Here again we can see our 5-year historical data where we have indicated which compliance areas has been material in the prior years and in the current year. And it is basically a similar story where we can see it is the similar non-compliance matters that was there in the prior years that is still there in the current years. And the root cause for this is basically there is no controls in place to ensure that the municipality complies with applicable laws and regulations. Now these non-compliances, not all of them, but some of them do result in our fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure as well as unauthorized expenditure. So what I'm about to show now will be a historical graph of what our irregular expenditure is looking like. So if we have a look there, our irregular expenditure incurred for a period of a specific financial year, which is our top row. If we look at 2017-18 and we compare it to what we have in the 21-2022 financial year, it's about 10 times the value of irregular expenditure within a period of 5 years. So it's an increase of about 10 times. We will basically then recommend the municipality that management must ensure the municipality follows these instructions with applicable laws and regulations. Management must then also conduct investigations into these irregular expenditures to determine the reasons for its occurrences and to be able to develop and implement appropriate steps to prevent such from reoccurring in the future. We proceed over to our unauthorized. Sol Plaatjie municipality does not have any unauthorized expenditure, as we can see historically as well. And then our fruitless and wasteful expenditure basically depicts a similar picture as our irregular expenditure, where we have an increase in the past 5 years. Then I would then just like to highlight material irregularities. We have issued Sol Plaatjie with a material irregularity. It is still in the process of being finalized, but it's in relation to the ESCOM debts. I think the floor will be open for any questions. We can direct the questions to Ms. Jocelyn Peterson. We're a team. We are a tech team, sir. Tech team. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were within time. Huh? Good. Salga.
Chairperson is the senior manager of the Phokwane.
Oh. Thanks, eh? Thanks for that.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. All protocol reserved if I also want to stick into the 15 minutes. My name is Louis Botha. I'm also from the Auditor-General office as introduced in the beginning. I quickly going to do the briefing on the Phokwane municipality. I think to start quickly with the presentation is just to indicate the financial year that we're talking now on, that we do the briefing for, is for the 2021 financial year and not the 2022 financial year like what was previously for Sol Plaatjie. Main reason for that is on the financial statements that was submitted a bit late, so we a bit behind on the audit process. That's a disadvantage of when financial statements are submitted late, is it makes accountability and oversight a bit more complex or difficult. Then the overall message for the audit, I think it's also good just to mention again that the main purpose that the Office of the Auditor-General is doing is to express opinion on the fair presentation of the financial statements, the conclusion on performance information, as well as scope in non-compliance. So that is the 3 areas that the presentation will also touch on for Phokwane municipality. Then the overall message that I highlighted, so key areas on that. is the audit opinion improved from the previous year disclaimer to a qualified in 2021 financial year, although there's still a significant number of qualification areas that needs to be focused and addressed. And then the control environment was not that effective and strengthened to ensure that all the previous year findings was addressed, although key areas like on the assets and so improvement that changed the overall audit opinion. Then also the reconciling and reporting and process of transactions throughout the year is not always happening, which makes then it very reliant on consultants at year end to perform these reconciliations to enable the preparation of the financial statements. Then, as mentioned by Salga, by Foxta as well, is there's vacancies in key management, the municipal manager as well as the CFO. And then the annual report was not submitted. That is where the municipality record or disclose indicators and targets, mainly service delivery affecting. So the absence of not having a system to report on your performance indicators might easily cause distinctions between your efforts and your budgets. So that is also something that didn't happen. So it's on the financial statements only. And then non-compliance remains still a major concern at the municipality. Most of the focus in non-compliance areas was non-compliance is noted or reported on. And then a lack of consequences on performance or transgression, specifically to unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is not happening, so there's still a lack in that area. Then the municipality had an overall deficit. That means it's a loss of 120 million, which means the expenditure exceeded the revenue with that amount. And then also the financial health remains a concern. The current liabilities exceeding with 287 million your current assets, meaning your debtors compared to your payables, is then a bit skewed. I think also on the cash flow statements, which indicates your cash inflow. With other words, your financial statements, this part is on a accrual basis, but the cash part is your physical cash that you got in for the year and your physical cash that you spent for the year. I think concerning figures there as well is the salary bill is around 70 million that was paid in cash, and then there's apologies, the payment of the employee cost part was around 93 million rand. While the sales of goods, your income is about 70 million rand. So that's already a sort of a mislink between that two, which makes it very difficult to have cash available for service delivery efforts. Then on the first part, which is now the financial statements, the overall opinion was in 17-18 and 18-19 qualified, and then it was disclaimed in 1920, and in 2021 it is qualified, and in 21-22 the financials was also submitted late. We hope to sign off on that, so in 2 weeks' time, and then hopefully from there on the financial statements will be more submitted on time so that we can have oversight more timelessly. Then on the qualification areas, I think there is an indication that there is an improvement, so persons should note that from the previous year. It was still qualified on property, plant and equipment, receivables, payables and accruals, borrowings, material losses, service charges, other revenues. It's still some of the areas that is key in the financial statements attract qualifications, like for example service charges and general expenditure. Then if I move over to the performance objectives, which we indicated, or I indicated earlier, that the annual performance report was not submitted for audit. So therefore, we have then an opinion of disclaimer on it. It's included in the annual report in figures or information relating to that. And then on the compliance, which is the last area of the audit process focusing on, is majority of the lines, except non-asset management, where the qualification, the key qualification area was addressed, although there were smaller parts remaining that was still qualified, but it didn't attract overall non-compliance on asset management. The first one, if I maybe quickly mention that the annual financial statements, the compliance areas there was the quality that there was still material adjustments made to the financial statements that was submitted. And then also it was submitted late, and then it also could not be tabled in time by council. I think that is the more key one that hopefully is going to be addressed in future. And then on the compliance with laws and regulations, the recommendations, I think overall, where you have a couple of non-compliance, there should be then processes implemented to ensure that the person or the municipality do comply with these regulation requirements. But the focus should definitely be on the areas of irregular, unauthorized, fruitless. Ideally, a person wants to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless. But if it happens, it needs to be investigated, and where applicable, people should be held accountable for that. On the figures of irregular expenditure, the current year, which is the column or the bar on top, for 17-18, it was like 48 million rand, 18-19, 62 million, 19-20, 3 million, and 2021, 6 million. When we analyze all those figures as disclosed in the financial statements, which I just mentioned now, also attracted qualifications. So that means those figures we say is not accurate. So it helps, it makes it a bit difficult in a scenario where you don't have accurate figures in your financial statements to do accountability on those. So I think it's good to know that as well, and then investigations on these was not done or always done to see if people should be held accountable for it. Unauthorized expenditure is also 17-18 is 170 million. Unauthorized mainly is over expenditure, so you spend more than what you're supposed to have spent compared to your budget or approved budget. 18-19, 147 million, 19-20, 11 million, 2021, 193 million rand over expense. And again, investigations for why the expenditure more than the approved budget is not always done, and that is something that we definitely recommend. Actually, there's a requirement from legislation. And then on fruitless expenditure, 17-18 is 4 million, 18-19 is 11 million, 19-20 is 10 million, and 2021 is of no expenditure disclosed. Again, I just want to emphasize that we have a qualification paragraph on fruitless expenditure, so again, those figures we say it's not accurately disclosed. And then also investigations on fruitless expenditure and wasteful expenditure is not always done, and that is definitely something that we recommend strong that should be done. Consultants was used to assist in preparation of financial statements in 2021. About 1.8 million was paid for consultants, mainly as some lack of skills and vacancies is the reasons for appointing the consultants from the municipality. Material irregularity, I think maybe just good to note there's three things the office can, or we normally do on material irregularities, is we referring it to a relevant public body for further investigations, or we do recommendations as the AG, and then taking binary remedy actions, or in a case where it's failure to implement those remedy actions and there's a loss involved, that we recover that loss with a death certificate, of issuing a death certificate. By Phokwane, we issued also an MI that was now for the late submission of the financial statements because of it causing lack of accountability and transparency on the financial affairs of the municipality. In general, we call it in harm of substantial harm that it caused. The status of the MI was resolved as the financial statements were submitted to our office on 31st July 2022. And then overall, three root causes and on the findings or significant findings that we have is first that we say the quality of the financial statements submitted should be on time. There's still significant issues that needs to be addressed to making less qualifications, to make it more fair presentation, to enhance therefore oversight. and in the APR that was not submitted, that that processes should be put in place to ensure that APR are compiled on time, and then also be able to submit it for audit purposes. And then there's serious financial health concerns that they should be focusing on enhancement of revenue, improved debt collection, and also controls implemented to ensure expenditure is in line with the budget. And then on key vacancies, I think it's also indicated that there is plans to address the vacancies, but to ensure that there's a bit more stability than in senior management, especially on where your municipalities has a lower or a smaller span of control or employing of the number of staff makes key positions then very, very key in ensuring that operations is running effectively. I think if there's any other questions for clarity, then thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Yes.
Salga. Or is Salga here?
Well, to save time,
If Salga is not there, we will call upon DCOP. And DCOP, you have only 10 minutes. You can't have 15. DCOP, please.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the MEC responsible for Coxstar in the province, Kosi Mabi, we meet again. Me and you come a long way. My name is Mr. Fredil. I'm not the leader of the delegation. The leader of the delegation missed his flight this morning, but it's on his way. And my role is basically to touch on the DGM process in the province in terms of the interventions, especially technical interventions that will be done by the municipal agency, GCVISA. We have two of our engineers present here that will come and implement. The purpose is just to brief the portfolio committee on the progress made in DGM. There are a number of explanations and definitions of what a DDM is. To me, the DDM is about planning and resourcing for outcomes. Now, why I'm saying that? Because if you look at the white paper on local government, it envisages a district municipality that is a center of excellence in terms of the delivery of services. And this is encapsulated in section 152 of the Constitution, which simply says we must provide a democratic and accountable government. We must provide services in a sustainable manner. There must be social and economic development. There must be safe to work, and above all, there must be public participation. Now, you cannot plan without data. I think that's a mistake that we do. We do desktop analysis forgetting that society, places, geographics, demographics are dynamic. It's an ever evolving space. So we plan for 25 years as we plan for the years. And invariably developing on one pace. We must have that in mind. Social development, for instance, will tell you about population dynamics. Stats SA will provide certain information or certain data on population growth, on unemployment, on economic sectors, whether they are shrinking or growing on specific sectors in a particular locality, what we call the GBI, or the GBA, the gross value add of a district, that contributes to the GDP of the province. So when we do our analysis, instead of, for lack of a better word, doing desktop analysis and taking IDPs that are not aligned to the needs, not only of the communities, but the spatial needs of a particular location, the developmental goals of the country, the provincial growth and development strategy of the province looking forward. If these things are not aligned, invariably we are going to have an outcome of one plans where there's a disjunction between what government wants to do and service delivery imperatives. Now, where are we in terms of the development of one place? We are at a stage where we are reviewing the one place, because in the one place themselves there are catalytic projects. And for a catalytic project to be implemented, it must be bankable. Then how do we assess bankability as a province? Well, we have a panel that assess bankability, but are we experts in all those fields? Or do we have the requisite people driving the processes at the district level and at the provincial level to make sure that these projects become bankable? And as a result, they become implementable. There's take-off agreements, there's technical partners, there's equity partners, and so on and so forth. Now, where are we as a province in terms of DDM in the one place? So all know there's the result of a cabinet decision in 2019 that the country must begin to plan in a particular way, away from the silent mentality of budgeting and planning and resourcing for outcomes. Resourcing also means once you develop the plan, you have the right cadre to execute this plan. It doesn't stay. It doesn't end. You have mechanisms to review and evaluate these plans going forward. But that's in my former life. Now, subsequent to this cabinet adopting this, then MECs were called into action, and the previous were called into action to roll out the DDM model and the adoption of the one. Now, there are a number of, because I'm going to rush through this, because I want to allow this, because we are all familiar with the DDM model. But just to say,
You allow your way something.
yeah, within 10 minutes. Now, at the provincial level, we've got what we call the Provincial Intergovernmental Forum, given expression by Section 47 of the Constitution, who convenes district municipalities, MECs, to drive this process. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We are using existing structures, Section 47 structures, to drive this process. At the technical level, is the HOD of the province, with those participants. At the district level is driven by the district mayors. And at the technical level, of course, is chaired by the MM of the district and all other MMs in the district to give expression to district level. How far are we with the development of one plans? And what delays the implementation of DDM? A number of provinces have actually asked for extensions. This province is also not submitted its own plan. Because there are a number of challenges. Challenges that I might have alluded in my presentation. Well, to give expression to this and to actually accelerate the matter, we have what we call DDA political champions for each district. Names are there for everybody to see. I'm not going to repeat that. In a province even like Gauteng has asked us written officially to say we will not be able to submit the DDA one place. For a number of reasons. Some of the reasons are very valid. Because it's an extensive, scientific and pragmatic. Because you're planning for 25 years. And there are a number of components of this plan that you need to take care of. You know, we don't just plan for it to gather dust. It must be planned that will give expression to what happens on the ground at the end of the day. I mean, if we were to deliver services in accordance with our constitutional injunction, we need to really think thoroughly about what we put in those plans, because they are going to inform service delivery, infrastructure development, social infrastructure like schooling, clinics, early learning centers, and so forth. You know, a child who's 4 years today will be 9 years in 5 years' time. Have we made provision for that dynamism in our plans? He'll be 14 years in the next 10 years. What is our plan as a district? Plan as a district, not as localities. Districts are centers of excellence. Support local municipalities to actually deliver services. I'm not going to touch that on, I'm not going to go into detail into the catalytic project that will be done by my colleague from MISA. But these are the catalytic projects in the province, Chair. Divided into those different steps. Well, in terms of meeting, the committees are meeting periodically in the province. They are meeting regularly. We are receiving reports as a national copter. There are a few catalytic projects that are currently underway, like the Regular School in Hadishewe, the Maharing wastewater treatment works, which we know was, just a public plan. It was put right in the middle of two communities, the white community and the black community, closer to the black community, the waste treatment works. So, we are also assisting in terms of that. The rehabilitation of the water scheme, which is the largest scheme south of the Sahara. Over 3,000 kilometers. Providing water to most of the municipalities in the farming community, including the small farmers who use water user scheme. So it's one catalytic project that is very key for us, especially if we want to stimulate agriculture as a sector in this province. Agriculture accounts for about 4%, but I think the province can do more given the infrastructure that it has. Magistrates court in Kemdor, those are just the pictures of the money that has been spent on these projects, which are part of the PDM process. I'm not going to say one plan, it's a process, because we had a review stage of this one place, and we've not received all of them. Well, further work needs to be done in terms of taking fast-tracking decisions, credible decisions, driven from credible information. Develop social compact, rural communities, not paying lip service, but real social compact where communities can hold us accountable and responsible for actions. And accelerate infrastructure-related projects to unlock the potential of communities. Because there's a lot of potential in communities. If we do backward integration and scope for projects, we'll be amazed. Kosiba will tell you in our former life, we used to scope for projects in rural villages. Most of those projects are still sustainable today, and they are bankable. I've already spoken to this, and I don't want to take too much time from my minister colleagues. Michael, are you here? Mr. Colleagues, yeah, he's at the back. Yeah, he's at the back. I think you must come forth and just speak to the project that we are busy with in the province, the current status, where we are, the kind of interventions and support that we're giving. Members of the portfolio, we're also giving strategic support where in terms of Section 139 interventions, especially Section 1397 interventions, as required by Section 154 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I? Yes. Can I just check something? I am made to believe that this is the presentation of SALCA in the province. No. The one that is just. It was Tikok. Okay.
Where is your slide on support? Immediately presented on
the province touched extensively on the municipal support that is given. So we don't want to repeat that. But yes, I think the province touched on extensively. That's why we see.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to take, I will take 3 minutes.
You are 72 now.
As Lisa, we are providing quite substantial support to Sol Plaatjie, to Phokwane local municipalities, and I'm really operating maintenance. So, as the slide will show, we are doing some, especially providing technical support through the development of standard operation procedures, assisting in the green drop interventions, the blue drop interventions.
we also assist with within MISA. We also have an electrical division, which is also assisting in electricity costs of supply and development of energy efficient interventions. As I've mentioned before, we are supporting the municipality under MIG. We have developed a PMU development plan, which I hope the municipality will take it through and submit to COCTA. We also supporting the business evaluations, business plan evaluations. MISA has also been assisting the municipality in integrated infrastructure plans. We have also assisted Sol Plaatjie on electricity and in a project. We, as MISA, we also launched a project, a solid waste management solutions to that assisted on intervention on solid management and managed a substantial amount of employment. I think that would go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can see that your colleague is actually ambushed. Thank you very much for your presentation. Then let me welcome Honorable Member Shetley from the Provincial Legislature, as well as Honorable Director from the National Assembly. You are welcome. May I now invite the presentation from the National House of Traditional and Cohesion Leadership, through Hoshi Mabe, and the provincial perspective from Hoshi. Well, we will, I'm told that Salga is still on the way. So we will factor in Salga after lunch, as well as Francis Batman. So you are welcome. We are sorry that we arrived earlier. We apologize. And your apology is welcome too.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be giving out my presentation on the slide. Let me acknowledge members of Parliament, members of the legislature, MECs, councillors, the chairperson of Northern Cape House of Traditional and Cohesion Leaders, Kosi Toriko and Kosi Mutwalako. Chair, the National House.
Oh, thanks. The National House of Traditional and Cohesion Leaders is very interested in the work of municipalities throughout the country. And that is why we find it necessary and at the same time appreciate your invitation that we must accompany you when we do oversight over municipalities throughout the country. It is very, very important to make this point very clear that as leaders on the grassroots, we are very, very interested in how our municipalities are performing. But we need to point out that in all the municipalities, when they prepare the IDP, they must include traditional leaders so that they understand the program and so that they can also make an input
which will make all these plans workable. When you look into where our municipalities are failing is because from the grassroots and even from traditional leaders' perspective, we are not very active in holding them to account. That's why you can see that year in and year out, our municipalities are not performing well. But at the same time, Chair, we also want to appeal to the provincial government to make sure that they give support to traditional leaders to capacitate them so that they can be able to engage our municipalities fruitful. But at the same time, we will be observing and also learning at the same time and making sure that we support the portfolio committee in their work or in their endeavor to make sure that our municipalities account for the public purse given to them. We also appeal that whenever a legislation is crafted, that will make sure that there is a synergy between the institution and our local municipalities. We look deeper into the contributions made by traditional leaders because they are the practitioners at the grassroots. And therefore, we want to appeal that we must engage traditional leaders fruitful. Chair, I just want to stop there and thank you to have given us this opportunity to make sure that we are here to support the portfolio. Thank you.
May I remind members that the rules of the National House do apply here. We have to make sure that our budgets are put on silence so that they must not disturb the deliberations. May I invite now Hoshi to give us the provincial perspective. And MEC was, I was looking when Hoshi was presenting, you could see that he doesn't have a tool of trade.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, MEC, and members of the Portfolio Committee. I don't think there is anything that I can add on what Khosi Mabe said, but I'll just say the National House suggested that the committee must convene the Indaba, composed of all the MECs of COPTA and the chairpersons of all houses, so that we can discuss the issue that are left out. And then I will just again say, in the province, we are participating in the municipal council, and we also sitting on the IDP Rep Forum, where we discuss the issues of development with other stakeholders. Ke nagana gore tsotlhe tota di ka discussiwa go Indaba.
Thank you very much. As I have indicated that we will invite Salga after lunch, as well as the district municipality. So they will join and support the local municipality at that particular session. May I now allow honorable members, and I see your hands, honorable Spies, Oberman, Baba Jaba, Simango, Mkaleki, those are the only heads. Honorable member and honorable Kirigi in that order. Honorable Space.
Chairperson, thank you very much. When the mayor of Sol Plaatjie spoke, I think their vision is towards a cleaner, growing city. Is that correct? You mentioned that. So I'll take my cue from that. So you've been the mayor since 2021, so through you, Chair? Yes, thank you. So, I don't know where to start, Chair, but I'm sure my colleagues will fill in there. I look at the salary bill of your municipality. And us entering here this morning, driving through this area, I was asking myself, you'll probably have a shortage of staff or something, but it doesn't seem so because it looks like your salary bill is really high and that you have maybe too much staff. And I want to understand, what is it that your staff is doing and yet they're getting paid salaries every month? If you leave here, there's a lot of people standing here, looks like officials, and none of them are working. They're all standing around, not working. Now that to me tells me the poor work ethic this municipality has. Because this corridor should be clean, there should be no one standing around, and they should be in their offices, or they should be inside of here if they have to do relevant presentations. That's my observation of what is happening in this municipality. Now you go to the presentations and what is presented to you, and I ask myself, the tensions between the community and the municipality. What was the cause of those tensions between municipalities, the municipality and the community? I want to understand why you say your council is functioning, and I want to understand how public participation is actually unfolding in this municipality in terms of your ward committee system, your ward councillor feedback. I have just sat here and I've just texted someone that is staying in this area and asked, do you have regular feedbacks for your ward committee? They say it's tick box exercises, quick, and it's out and it's gone. There's no real engagement if it ever happens. Those are the things that happen on the ground. This committee is not sitting here because we don't have anything to do. We actually have a lot of work to do. And what I've seen here is that you are trying to really waste our time. We are skilled politicians. We have been in municipalities. We understand what the responsibility is of what should be done here. You now say your budget is funded, but it's not sustainable. It says nothing to us. It's actually as if it's not funded. It's not sustainable. Your impact is functioning, you say, but there is so much irregularities or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but your impact is functioning. Debt collection, I'm worried that money is being spent on revenue that you get, but there is nothing that you do to enhance your revenue, and I want to understand what are your revenue enhancement strategies. LED strategy is in place. It's a sentence that was thrown to us, but there's no detail in what is this LED strategy that you say it's in place. Phokwane, new council in 2021, and it says there 2020. It's not 2020, the new council came into place in 2021. I want to understand how is it that the progress with senior appointments, there's no progress because the process lapsed. What is the problem that a process lapsed and people are not being appointed? Why is it that the affordable arrangement payment with Eskom was not finalized? What were the reasons for that? If there's an arrangement, why can it not just be concluded? Surely it's just a few people that needs to have signatures or agree to it and sign, and then it should start, or whatever the process be. Why is it not finalized? Then Phokwane, it says that you collected 9.5 million and your salary bill is 8.8 million. So how do you take almost all of your money that you collected and you pay that on a salary? That's what was on that, unless we read incorrectly on this presentation. It says collected 9.5 million, salary bill of monthly of 8.8 million. It cannot be. I thought maybe it is incorrect, maybe you can correct us, maybe we read incorrectly. Then on Phokwane again, the key vacancies is also a great concern. I want to understand why is it there's such a delay, and what was the problem with your annual performance plan that was not tabled? You have a deficit of 120 million rand. Your expenditure exceeded your revenue. Again, the same thing. Money gets used, but that money is not put back, or there is no ways of beefing up that money. That is why these municipalities are in the red. Consultants was employed, or they were paid to help you get your audit, your financial statements in a better position or state. But nothing happened in that regard. So why did you pay 1.8 million to whoever for no work actually, or no results that can be seen or shown? I'm not going to go into the DDM because if the gentleman talks about cadres instead of champions, then it's to me a problem. It is a problem if you talk about cadres and champions, because that's exactly where the problem is, because everything revolves around cadre deployment and not getting the work done with people who can actually do the work. So the DDM to me is it's not working. You cannot say there's progress made if we see the state that these municipalities are in. So again, it's just another plan that I always say, and I say that it is not something that is going to solve the problems of the people of this particular municipality in this province, or these municipalities in this province. It is not going to work. It can be scientific, it can be pragmatic. People need simple solutions to the problems that they have. And that is as follows. People must do their work. They must stop spending what they don't have. And people should do what is expected of them in terms of policy and regulations and legislation. The AG's officer said there is no respect for the implementation and observation of laws and policies and legislation. And those things are key to make any municipality work. So I must say, my first impression, Chair, of what we have been presented here is really very pessimistic. It makes you feel really sad about the affairs of what is going on in these municipalities. I've written a lot of things, but I'm sure my colleagues will take take it further. But all I can say is this is a sad state of affairs, and we are nowhere close to actually making any progress. No matter what plan is brought in, no matter one plan, two plans, three plans, it's not going to work. And I'm optimistic by nature. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Openfoot.
Thank you, Chairperson. The MEC first requested no silliness from me today, so I only have two questions addressed to himself. MEC, you expressed the desire or the hope for Sol Plaatjie to be recategorized from dysfunctional to medium risk. So this municipality has stagnated on a qualified opinion since 2017, so it's been 5 years, the same thing. The environment the municipality operates in had deteriorated significantly, said the Auditor-General, but you want to be recategorized. You have historical issues with the Auditor-General. They said from 4 paragraphs moving to 15 paragraphs of issues. There is no consequence management in this municipality. There is slow response by political leadership to address and correct audit issues. There is slow response by political leadership to implement measures to stabilize the municipality, and there is a culture of poor performance, but we have the desire to be recategorized. Please tell me, MEC, why must this municipality be recategorized? And then, I'm from Namakwa. So why do you think are there no dysfunctional municipalities in Namakwa versus the rest of the state of the districts in the province? And what are they doing right that we can emulate or copy in the rest of the province? Then I want to go to the presentation of the joint presentation, the first one. Sol Plaatjie had issues of no consequence management on maladministration and poor performance. Did performance evaluation improve in the meantime, or are there still challenges with performance evaluation in this municipality? Then the municipality has been classified as distressed by National Treasury due to poor revenue collection. The National Treasury norm is 95% and Sol Plaatjie collects at 71%, but you budget at 87%. So how will the revenue in this municipality be improved? I'm not going to talk about your Eskom debt. It is very high and you defaulted on your payment plan. So I want to know what will happen now, but I do want to talk about Phokwane's Eskom debt standing at 284 million. And now there's litigation by Eskom pending because the municipality is not paying its current account and it failed to respond to Eskom's correspondence. I'd like to know what is going to happen now as a consequence. Then the sewage spillages that is posing a health risk in Homevale. The Homevale wastewater treatment works have not been operational since 2019, and there's a raw spillage in the Comforts Dam and the nearby railway line, and existed now for 4 years because of vandalism. I'd like to know what are the plans on that. And the rest of my questions I will keep for a second round. Thank you.
Honorable Aban Java.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, mine is only 2 questions. The first one is directed to the Francis Bank district. The district should unpack why its middle managers are earning more than the municipal manager, and what is doing to correct this to attract the desired candidates. The second one is in the Provincial Cooperative and Treasury. What consequence management has been instituted against the Phokwane local municipality in respect of submitting the 2020 and 2021 annual financial statement 11 months later than the legislated deadline? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to start by requesting your assistance. My understanding is that, let me start with the norm of where we normally go and do oversight. The norm will be, we will get all the presentation from all the presenters that are lined up to present in the meeting. and then we start the engagement once all presentations have been done. Now, my understanding is that Sol Plaatjie municipality, Phokwane municipality, and Francis Bar have not yet done their presentation. Am I correct? Okay. Now, if that is the case, then I'll stick to the way how you have structured this meeting. I will ask my question to those that have presented, then I will come back to those that will present later.
You are correct.
Okay. Now, then I wanted to get that first. Now, the first question that I have goes to Costa. Is it Costa? Costa. Oh, presentation. So I'll start with them. In August 2018, MEC, I'm not sure if it was yourself, Honorable MEC, the department, let me rather put it in that way, instituted Section 106 investigation. And that Section 106 implicated the CFO and the MM. They then later took that report to court. And we are made to believe that then the court took that after looking at the merits of that of the decision of that report. They then had to set aside the report. Now, looking at that, the MM and the CFO took the report for review. Then the court then decided to set aside that particular report. I want to know, what are the reasons, or the main reasons that I stated, which makes this report to be set aside? Because in my understanding, it therefore means the decision to institute 106 at that time was not correct. In fact, it was ill-informed. For a lack of a better word, it was ill-informed, because if the court, unless there are things or there are reasons that are not stated, that we must be told upon. Of course, my colleagues have spoke about the ESCOM debt of Sol Plaatjie, which is also a problem, and also the defaulting part of it, and also, just to check as to what is it that, what are the measures that can be put in place in order to make sure that they do not default this time around. But I heard when you started, Mrs. Musa, your approach in supporting municipalities is that you don't want to really interfere with what they do, but you want to support, and you want them to be to take what you term as a hands-on approach in order to make sure that they manage their affairs of their municipalities. And I believe that is correct, but along the way, I think it can bite us. But also there are laws that are giving you powers to make sure that you act if they do not do what is supposed to be done. Of course, when we move to Phokwane municipality, the presentation says they are currently operating on an unfunded budget, and for me that is a red flag, because then you know that then it means already there are problems if they are operating on an unfunded budget. But the major challenge that the report is raising, or the presentation is raising, is that there is no CFO currently in place. My question, and then it goes further by saying, as the department, you will then make sure that the 1st of July, the CFO will be in the office. My question would be, from now until July, how do we respond to service delivery if we would wait up until that time? What is it that is preventing us from making sure that there is a CFO? Because any institution that does not have CFO or a personnel equivalent to a CFO, I can tell you now, it is bound not to deliver the services or to deliver the desired services that is needed out. And the presentation also speaks about other senior managers that are not in place. I also want to know as to what is it that can be put from the side to assist in making sure that finally they employ the senior management. Because if my understanding would be, then it means the municipality either is operating on a Hollywood type of style, meaning people are acting, or there is just no one acting in those. So it means decisions that cannot be taken. As a result, the municipality cannot be able to function. But also what is also interesting is that even the AG, the Auditor-General, raised this as a red flag to say, because of there are no senior managers in place, as a result, the municipality relies on consultants to make sure that they put together their financial statements. And they still don't get it right, even after relying on those consultants. And then moving to DCOC. I'm not sure where to start with this one, but I'll start by saying the gentleman that presented here presents a confusion more than anything else. When he started saying there are many explanations of what the DDM is. And for me, it's I don't know how, because as far as I understand, there is one version of what DDM means. And it's a decision of government, by the way. It must be implemented. So, unless the gentleman says, no, somewhere who are not told as this committee, they are reviewing the DDM. And for me, it's a problem. But also the usage of the word cater, or the right cater to implement the DDM. For me, it gives us a problem, because I can tell you now, we're a committee of different political parties. There is a political party in Parliament that is challenging the cater deployment. And I can tell you, when that usage was done by the gentleman, and I'm hoping the gentleman can be able to come and explain what did he mean, because my understanding was it's the right person to implement, not the cater deployment in a way that it's your ANC cater deployment, because that's what it sounded like. That is what it sounded. But the issue again with this confusion that was presented, as we say, it looks like as if there are many versions of DDM. It gives us a problem, because also DDM is also challenged in Parliament by those that are not in agreement with the DDM. So I want to request that the gentleman comes and really gives us it's challenged by non-caters. when I am a cater, maybe by so I'm jealous about this. Because honestly speaking, in my view, DDM is one plan that must be able to make sure that it delivers us in service delivery in a form of one approach, one plan, and one. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I am partly covered by my colleagues in some of the questions they have raised.
But firstly, let me greet my party leader here in the province. Yeah, Katra Shetrek Taur. He is my leader in the province chair. He's a member of the legislature. I know the protocol, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And then my whip of the committee who just joined us. Chair, we welcome all the presentations, starting from the MEC who have done the opening remarks. And what I have noticed out of everything that the MEC has said was recognizing that there is an unemployment in the province. As a political head, I want to know what is the plan to address the unemployment. Indeed, unemployment is too high, not in the province, but in the whole country. So since he also tell us as this portfolio committee that here is an unemployment. By the way, I was deployed here MEC in my political work, I think for 5 years. So I also know what we are talking about the unemployment here. It's very bad. Maybe the MEC can share with us also the presentation that is going to come after lunch from the young mayor who is going to present after lunch to say how are you going to address the issue of unemployment. Nevertheless, the presentation from the province, from the Coxstar of the province, is painting the picture, MEC, of what is happening here, which we also welcome. But I want to ask you, MEC, as my previous speakers have alluded to that fact, to say that it looks like we are in a Hollywood here in Northern Cape. It means that we are not addressing especially what is being said with presentation in province, whereby they said, even the AG alluded to that fact, that one of the weaknesses, the root causes of the problem in governance is that we have vacancies. I just want to check the MEC because there is a report that was sanctioned by SALGA a long time ago. It's unfortunate that SALGA will come after lunch, but there is a report that was sanctioned by SALGA that suggests that in 19 municipalities there's vacancies. In JTG district, MM not appointed, CFO not appointed, Community Service Director not appointed, Khasekhonyana local municipality, MM not appointed, CFO not appointed, Director Infrastructure not appointed, Khamahara local, MM at least is appointed, but the Director is not appointed. Jomorolong local municipality, there is no MM, there is no Planning and Development Director. In Pilsliga Semet district, there is no MM. Mtanjaleni, there is no MM. Haribech, there is no MM. Reno Sterrebach, you'll correct me, my colleague. All position, which is MM, CFO, directors, all vacant. Tembalihle, corporate service, vacant. Umsobomvu, MM, vacant. They are even saying here, Umsobomvu, the reason his positions are advertised. I really don't even understand. Can it just be a reason that the positions are advertised? ZF Matau district, MM not appointed. CFO at least is appointed in ZF Matau. Tsatsabar, MM is in Hollywood acting. Technical director, ending contract, no plan. Case local, MM not appointed. Khai Harib local, under David Craig local, MM at least is all appointed. That is the only municipality in Northern Cape, according to this report, that there is MM, there is a CFO, there are directors. Namapa, same story. Regisveld local, same story. Francis Bard, but when the mayor was on his opening remarks, he said at least the MM has been appointed here. So I just want to move with my colleague to say, let us not engage on your presentation because they have not presented. So we'll get it from there. I don't know why my colleague from DA was also very hard on you while we have not presented, but we'll get there. So this picture, MEC, I think is not the clear picture, or it has been changed. Because if this is what Salga told us previously, it means we don't have any municipality. So if it's still the same status quo in terms of all these vacancies, so I think the MSC must also clarify to us what is your plan to address this? Because, Chair, that's where we must start when we want to get it correct. That's why these members, they seem as if they are very angry with the situation here. She even says that it seems as if we are wasting our time here. But I hope, MSC, you are going to clarify to say that no, I have attended to the situation, especially the appointment of the management, because if there's no management, I just forget. That is one picture. Yeah, even this section 146, I think all of our colleagues have spoken about it. So the presentation from Coxton is also painting the bleak picture about this section 106 that was instituted by you, MEC, if it's not you personally, but in your office. But what troubles me here, Chairperson, is in the presentation of the Provincial Coxter, says that Municipal Manager, which is 2021, and CFO are on precautionary suspension since July 2018 following a Section 106 investigation by MEC. Then, when they gave us a status quo as of 2023 February, which is last month, they are saying that the Section 106 investigation report was set aside. I think that my colleagues have alluded to that fact. So accordingly, the CFO and the MM returned to office. This has bolstered the leadership and performance of the municipality. You can't have these sentences, these two points in one sentence. How can you are telling us that the council is exercising oversight in accordance with expectation? While the very same council, because when you talk about Section 106, the MEC is not mad. He can't be saying that, no, let us have Section 106 in this municipality. Or he hates everyone. He hates everyone in the municipality. And then you come as Provincial Court and say, no, the municipality is exercising oversight. There's no oversight. So I agree with my colleagues that you are taking for an override. Can Provincial Court come and clarify this? If it's copy and paste, you must be told that it's copy and paste. The council can't set aside the investigation of the MEC because that's where corruption is happening. So a person who has an appetite to fight corruption will not fight in the council to say, let us set aside. Will be saying, let us go into details to find out what is happening. Your report is also saying that in 2021, there was a political tension between municipality and community. You know why? I'm not from here. Even my leader here has not spoken. But I can tell you, there's no service delivery in this municipality. That's why there's a tension between the community and the municipality. Again, the community is not insane. They are traumatized, they are disparate. That's why they take their frustration to the municipality. And then we are told that the council, they have that nerve, Chairperson, to set aside that council report, which is an investigation. So we want to get into the bottom of this thing. I hope the mayor will come after lunch to clarify this thing, because that way we must also zoom in as this portfolio committee. This is the really oversight that has been done by the portfolio committee. I've been arguing, the portfolio members, they will know. When we talk here in the committee, we want to put a nice English. There's a problem, UIF, wasteful aspect, is corruption. Is corruption. It's even worse when elected leaders are just colluding and say, no, we don't want to proceed with this Section 106. And then you begin to ask yourself, if you don't have an appetite to investigate, or even the MEC said, no, there is undonagele, go and investigate, you are colluding yourself as politicians, and then you must be ashamed of yourself. The next question is that we must also be clarified in this committee. Is any criminal charges here in this municipality? Because we can't afford this, Chair. So we must go into the bottom of this thing. And as a portfolio committee, we have taken that decision at some point. No. When we come across with such things, which is very disturbing, because it comes back to our community. Our community are trusting us on each and every 5 years to say, let us vote, because we want our life to be better. And then the council, the whole council say, no, we are not having appetite to investigate this. We must open criminal charges against those people, because this is plain corruption. And I hope that in your presentation, Mayor, if it's not there, please prepare. We want to know how is your MPEC functioning. Because if the MPEC is dysfunctional, it also says that there is a problem. AG's report, I'm happy in terms of Phokwane. Even the provincial coxswain is saying that there's an improvement, but Phokwane, according to AG, there's improvement compared to Sol Plaatjie. Yes. So, but they're saying that in Sol Plaatjie, again, kusho AG, akusasho ku provincial cox, kusho AG, with the root causes for stagnation in audit outcome is this thing that MEC was talking about. Key vacancies at senior management level. I don't have to speak beautiful English, Bagwit, to say that if we don't get it right in management level, we are not going to have a very functional municipalities. Again, the AG, according to their report and their presentation, they are saying that you don't have an appetite, a young mayor, no consequences management that is implemented by leadership now. You suspend, or you are saying that no, in terms of this section 106, we are setting aside. After there is something, you don't have appetite for those, I don't know, if MPEC is telling you who is done what. You don't, there's no consequences, nothing on leadership, by leadership. UDICOP, because it's the umbrella one. When there's municipality, there's a provincial coxswain, and then they all saying that no, let us ensure that the status quo is improving for one reason, for service delivery. And then the cock is not even telling us here. I appreciate Mina, unlike my colleague here, saying the DDM was not verified. Mina, I enjoyed shame. When he was explaining what is DDM chair, I enjoyed and I learned a lot. And very soon in the committee, we said the department must come and also share with us the strat plan of the department. And I'll also lobby you, Chairperson, for, I think his name is Debo, to come. He's the man who must come and workshop us what is DDM. I appreciate my man. I was very happy. Because the issue of DDM chair, if the committee members does not grasp, it means that we will not be able to also tell our members outside, the committee members. But I enjoyed your presentation on DDM. The last time I hear about this concept is when it was launched. I think there are 3 municipalities that are piloted. One is eThekwini and Ortambo, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the third one. So I still need to be workshop. But what I didn't get clear, I think Honorable Bailey with an H was trying to say, but we don't get exactly what is the intervention of the COP. Municipality is dysfunctional, there's an improvement in Phokwane, but the provincial coxswain is trying to do something. Where is the Department of COPTA national now to support what the intervention seeks to achieve? The other thing that we always ask Chairperson as well is this intervention in terms of the Constitution, Section 139. Here we are told that in Phokwane it was until 2021. Is any close report in that regard? If it's not, can we also be assisted with? Because you can be thinking that the problem is in Phokwane because you are from Northern Cape, but in fact, I think it's 64 municipalities that is dysfunctional. And the only mechanism or intervention from the department is Section 139. If there is likely improvement, that AG is also saying that they are happy with, not entirely happy, we must take that as a case study to all other municipalities. Traditional leaders, I was also waiting for you to check as the other leaders were talking about you, but I think you are happy, judging from your presentation. I think it was only 2 minutes. presentation. I think Jose and Ma, we don't have problems because we have taken a commitment as a committee members to say we are going also to fight for you. One, where we go in all other provinces, the issue of tools of trade, as Babum Bombs was telling us, and also those things that will also help you to be recognized. But I think in a very happy Northern Cape, so it goes to the MEC. MEC, well done if they are taken care of, because they have not said anything. They are not frustrated. At some point, we went to Northern Cape, and it was a very disturbing news coming from them. So if they are happy, we are very happy. So those are my issues, Chair, for now. I think I'm going to be answered. It's not to be answered me, but the collective of the committee, as well as for the benefit of the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll just be very brief. But before I can contribute in this meeting, I would just maybe because of my Hosiaka Mayor Toto also presented. She's our Hosi Kukuruma in John Taulorenzi. And she's presiding over, not that I want to enter into traditional leadership and so forth, but just because of I'm a leader of society also, except the EFF. I think she's presiding over a community that is going to explode very soon because of it's a mining community. And because of it's a mining community, society generally from different corners of John Taulo Haitsewe are not happy or pleased about how the mining activities operates in the area because of it's not considerate of the locality. And that very soon will experience a problem. So in as much as the office Toto has presented, would request the national office, as you are here as a committee, that as in when you deliberate on unemployment issue, it must be considered that the mining communities are a timing bomb in South Africa. And it will start in John Taulo Haitsewe because of lack of employment. But second to that, we have a university established in the Northern Cape, that is Sol Plaatjie University, and as residents here, we appreciate it. Our request and our plea is that as in when you interact with other departments, being your higher institution and so forth, let's at least have more contribution in building your FETs in your surrounding towns, especially where we're having mining towns, because of that's a challenge in terms of skills development and so forth. So not all of us will go to universities, others are not affording, but if we have your FETs around those areas, it will be a very good contribution. Chair, I'm happy that the committee is here, but also I'll request the committee that let it not be just today or this week and then you vanish and you only see the committee again in 2027 or 2028 or even 2025 as we will be going to local government election. Let it be an ongoing program that you are from time to time visiting provinces, especially a province like the Northern Cape. Coming back to issues, Chair, is that the Northern Cape province is the one province that I think it is not considered to be part of the national demographics because of challenges that we are getting that sometimes don't get attention of national parliament or the NCOP or different ministers. The issue that I'm raising here is that out of 63 municipalities that are dysfunctional in the country, plus 16 or 17 of those municipalities comes from the Northern Cape, where we don't have municipal managers, your CFOs, or different head of departments in those municipalities. And it's not something that we are raising only today because of we are sitting in your presence. We are raising that matter from time to time, as in when we engage in the committee. But because of we are here, our plea is that the Hollywood style that many members spoke about is a serious concern. And that's what leads to the problems that we're experiencing as a province. Let me make an example why I'm saying this. We currently have an MM who has been acting in Karieberg local municipality, Mr. Protiel Serwan, who was deployed there or seconded there for a period of 3 months. And after 3 months, he was then seconded to another municipality, that is Tembelihle local municipality, which I think your committee is visiting tomorrow. So the crux of the matter here or problem is that if you have one person deployed in 2 or 3 municipalities, it's as if now we are trying to create something that is not there. So our plea is that, as much as I'm not directing the matter to the MEC because of, we have said it for a very long time and I don't think we're getting any assistance with that. We can't have municipal managers acting and rotating in municipalities, and even where they were deployed or employed or seconded, there's no progress in terms of that. I was deployed into this municipality for a period of 3 months. I've managed to intervene in making sure that we employ we fill the vacancy of the MM and so forth. So it is a problem throughout the province, that is the Northern Cape. But I can tell you, as in when the MEC is going to respond, he will have very good English to cover that because of that is what is happening. Secondly, Honorable Chair, the Section 106 of Sol Plaatjie and Section 108 of Phokwane that was instituted by the MEC's office, that report is not coming forth. And it is a problem because of the department spent money to do that investigation. And that report, if it is not made public for us to can access it, it becomes a problem. Our request is that, is there a problem that that report should be endorsed or be publicized so that we can speak to that report as different portfolio committees in the legislature? And I'm raising this because of this municipality was taken to court based on that report because of it was not adopted by council, which is what the honorable member have raised here, Commissioner Hlengiwe, that you can't have an MEC who would want to be investigated by a local municipality instead of the MEC taking a decision that this is what is going to happen. So, Honorable Chair, we need that report to be publicized. Reason why? That report is going to unlock many things that we are unable to speak on as a result of not having access to that report. So if we can get that report, I can tell you many of the issues that we have raised will be addressed. And I'm raising this because of in that report, even though that I did not craft that report, you'd find that there is a corrupt activities that are related to that matter. When you live here going to Khaleshewe, there's an area called the Sekel in Khaleshewe. There's a statue of Tata Nelson Mandela. You look at it and the money spent there, you would be surprised. That's something that can be done with less than 250,000. But this municipality, Sol Plaatjie, spent more than 10 million in that. But also, there's nothing happening in that because of no one is held accountable in this municipality, in this province. But I think because of there's a new municipal manager who many people are not happy about him in this municipality, maybe things are going to change. I personally don't know him, I've never met him, but what I get from the streets is that this is a no-nonsense and that's the type of people but I can the first thing that greets you is the pothole. But Treasury confirmed that indeed was there money donated into this municipality. If monies were donated into this municipality, how was that money spent? Contracts that were appointed, how were they appointed? How many potholes in terms of quantity have been patched throughout the province? How many streets were attended to in the province? Because of that 500 million was for Sol Plaatjie, not any other municipality in the Northern Cape. Now that we have asked that question, I believe that Treasury would be in a position to respond to that question. But we have asked these questions many a times. We have never got answers from both MECs sitting here. Now, your intervention being here today would help a great deal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Now we're here to assist the fighter in getting the answers. So we want the answers, fighter, to be provided accordingly. He's a fighter and the former leader of the Youth League. We welcome you, former Youth League leader. Thank you. Chair, let me start with the much talk about section 106, which is on slide 14. Chair, are you with me so far? Thank you, Chair. It says that the presenter said was set aside by the High Court. He fell short of giving reasons thereof. Why was it set aside by the High Court? Lessons learned in that aspect. So I assume if it is set aside, it's no longer there. I say exist. I say a call. But there was an action and activity prior. So you would have learned lessons as to why would the court say this thing is null and void. So please share with us even that court order so that we can have understanding. It's not happening for the first time. If I'm not mistaken, it was in Eastern Cape where Section 106 report were challenged by municipalities. So there is a trend, but we need to learn lessons so that we don't repeat. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That is my first question, Chair. And then on slide 20, on the presentation of Coxstar, it says the provincial EXCO has kept the municipality under section 139, section 5. Can we, Chair, have an understanding of the time frame of this financial recovery plan? What are the key milestone projections of the plan? How far are we in terms of achieving what is envisaged in the plan? If you can just unpack the key milestone projections within the plan. Has the plan thus far in terms of progress made achieved its intended outcome? If not, what are the challenges associated with the non-achieving of those plans? Chair, also on slide 16, there was mention of voluntarily, I just want to read what is contained here. The municipality has been advised to initiate a voluntary financial recovery plan with National Treasury to improve the financial situation. Has the municipality acceded or heed the advice? Are they willing to implement what you've advised them to do or not? if so, what then becomes an alternative, Chair? My third question is in relation to the finally funded budget but unsustainable budget. You did not tell us what is making this budget to be unsustainable. Please share with us so that we can get a sense and understanding. Why would it be unsustainable? It's futile exercise having something that is not sustainable. Perhaps if we can understand the reasons, we'll be in a much better position to also advise. The fourth question, Chair, I don't understand the logic in relation to continuing with the intervention. Initially, you had a person from Provincial Cooperative, and that person was withdrawn. Now you have a person from Provincial Treasury. Is the one that was there initially not equal to the task to continue with the current work at hand, or it's different skill sets, hence you need Provincial Treasury because you deal with financial recovery plan? If I can just get that understanding so that I do not shoot from the hip. The fifth question, Chair, again on slide 20, there were multiple litigation between councillors and between council and the MEC. And the MEC here is claiming victory. The MEC has won the latest case. What's happening with these litigations? Why are there so many litigations? Are there any cost implications of this litigation? Can you get a sense and understanding of the cost implications and the relation in between these parties that meant to be working together, where COPTA is the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs? They're supposed to be working relations, but you are taking each other to court. Can I get an understanding of why are you resorting to court in terms of your work and function, and why are you failing to address issues on a mutual basis? Please share with us these litigations and the nature. Are you MEC? I suspect it's you, MEC, who has won the latest. Yeah, so are the relations, antagonistic relations with the municipality? Or what's happening? I don't want to assume and say it's maybe deployment on a lighter note. Because there has been mention of cadres here, so I don't want to assume. Chair, I think based on my, okay, let me go to my advice and check other questions. Yeah, there's silence in court. The municipality chair submitted annual financial statement late, I think it's September. Has there been any consequence for late submission? We can't accept this as a norm. There are deadlines for specific reasons, and if they are failing to submit, there has to be action. When I was still a student, I was taught Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal but opposite reaction. So if they are not able to submit on time, they must be met with suitable consequences for their action. Check. The issue of having middle managers earning more than a municipal manager, isn't that creating animosity? And why is this the case in terms of Franz Bart I'm not good in pronouncing Africa. Francis Bart. Can you get an understanding? Imagine being a municipal manager, having my subordinate, but they earn more than me. They will disrespect me with those people. Every time I issue an instruction, they said, or I want to call them to order, they say, Chief, are you jealous of my salary? Can you get an understanding? What led to this situation being what it is currently? Your presentation also highlighted that in terms of your staff complement, that you've got unregistered technicians and engineers. Are they qualified technicians? My understanding as a civil engineering graduate is that once you qualify, you become a technician. Are they not registered as professionals or what? Because we understand that you have to belong to a certain body so that registration can be something that is processed once you are employed, because there are certain things that you need to submit and the municipality ought to assist in that regard. Are they unregistered solely because it was not a requirement when they were employed that they have to be professional technicians? And if it was not a requirement, are you going to assist them to ensure that they become professional technicians and they belong to a registered body, so that as and when they default or they are committing acts of misconduct, you can report them to those bodies? Is this affecting their work performance in any way? But we would encourage them to ensure that they are registered as soon as yesterday. Chair, I've covered all, including the advice from those that are charged with the responsibilities of advising us in terms of questions that are suitable for this gathering. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Before allowing, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to everyone. You know, when you are late, you are disempowered in terms of seeking clarity. But I believe that going through the presentation, I will also be able to get clarity on some of the issues. The reason why we have a Department of DCOG is that we need to have a proper coordination among the three spheres of government, and there should be a working relationship among those three spheres of government. But when one goes through the presentation, you could pick up that there's a working relationship issue amongst the provincial government and the local municipalities. Hence, you'll have these litigations and you'll have some other issues that are not supposed to happen in our government because of that relationship issue. Chair, my interest is on Section 106. As one of my colleagues have just asked, what are the reasons behind it being set aside? I'm also interested on the cost implication of Section 106. For I believe that when the MM and the CFO were on suspension, there were people who were acting on those positions and they were receiving salary for acting on those positions. Now that it has been set aside, who is liable for those costs that are related to that? And is there any level or form of accountability in regard to those costs? Because you know that now we have extended the powers of Auditor-General, and we also have a clause in our local government regulations that any councillor or anyone who caused the public to lose their money in terms of the decisions that they have taken will be liable to pay those costs personally. So we want to get the reason behind this so that we can be able to trace as to who's responsible for paying those costs
from the municipality. And Chair, also on the Phokwane municipality, it also indicated that they have submitted their annual financial statement late. So who is responsible for submitting those AFS late? And is there any form of accountability on that particular person who was supposed to submit? Did the council take any decision to discipline that particular person? If not, what are the reasons for that? Because in terms of the job description of the accounting officer and the CFO, they have the legislated rules and responsibility. And failure to implement your responsibility, it means you are a liability to that particular municipality. Action should be taken against such people. And on the district development model, I would like to check with the district as to what stage is the district municipality in terms of implementing the DDM. Has the municipality established a local development plans that are realistic and adopted? And also, what employment percentage does the DDM expect to achieve in this particular district? And our colleague also raised a very disturbing matter regarding the mining houses. And I'm also from the mining house, and I know that if the local leadership does not force the mining houses to do what they're supposed to do, they just get away with that. So I would also want to check as to, in terms of the district development model, how are they incorporating private sectors to be part of the whole model in terms of developing the economy of our area? And on the side of culture also, I would also want to check so far as to, is there any social labor plans that the municipality have signed with the mining houses? If so, what is that social labor plans addressing? Is it benefiting the community? Or if they don't have that social labor in place, what are the reasons for that? Because social labor plan is also regulated in terms of the law. When the mining houses operate in your area, there's a certain percentage that must go to the municipality in order to assist the local community. So I also want to check if is there that local labor plan. If it is, what has it done, what it's supposed to do? Are the community aware of what the mining houses is doing in their areas? Was there public participation in that regard? Was that through the public participation process, or was it done as a desktop plan within the municipality and the relevant stakeholders? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
One important question, Chair. Let me expropriate my money without compensation. Now, Chair, let me illustrate this point to ask my question. Our substantive chair is that it is not here. So you are acting. Now we've got full powers. So we cannot, if we fail to execute our task and mandate under your leadership, we can't then say the excuses because we do not have the chair. I want colleagues to understand my point. So we have an acting chair who are still able to execute our mandate. Now you have these vacancies in these municipalities, and they're acting people in those positions. Whether we don't have a CFO, there's a person acting, and I'm sure that person is earning the salary equivalent to that of the CFO. Now, why are we then failing to do certain things, and then you say the reason why we are faced with these instabilities is because we have people acting in those positions? Why are they there if they cannot deliver on a mandate given to them? When you appoint a person to act, it's a delegated authority in writing. Unless you have assigned people who are not equal to the task. Now the province and provincial treasury must tell us, have you assessed whether or not those that are charged with the responsibility of acting in those positions, are they the relevant persons? Are they equal to the task in terms of the legislation? There are certain criteria, minimum requirements that they ought to meet for them to act on those positions. Otherwise, they are not supposed to be there. It would be a completely different story to say there is no acting CFO in these municipalities. And they are not deserving to be there for us to be given this qualified audit for more than 2 years, 3 years, but we've got people. So that was my question, Chair. And where are these people that are acting? I'm hoping when we go to these municipalities, they will be present to answer to those questions. Why are they not equal to the task? Why are they still there? So far, you have done a good job in acting. I'm just demonstrating the point of appointing someone to act in a position. That person must deliver because he's given full authority to be a CFO. There is no way that says you can't do 1, 2, and 3. If he can't, someone else ought to do what it's meant to be done by CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Before I allow the MEC, both of Coxstar and Treasury, the Auditor-General to respond, and DCOC, because those questions that were directed to Sol Plaatjie and Francis Pai, we will entertain them after lunch, after they have made their presentations. I saw the mayor, he was recording the question directed to him. Before I allow you, MEC, and your colleagues and your officials to respond to the question raised by honorable members, I have only 3 questions, whether they are follow-up or what. The Auditor-General raises a very, very critical point here in Sol Plaatjie, that key strategic vacancies at senior management that compound the internal control environment in both these 2 municipalities. And there resides a question of instability at administrative level. And goes on to say, on predetermined targets on performance, displayed both the 2 financial years. My question now goes to Provincial Treasury and Coxstar. What is it, because the Constitution enjoins you to provide support and capacity these municipalities to perform their constitutional and legal functions. Realizing that this environment was an open-ended thing, because through your Municipal Finance Management Act, it makes provision for you receiving reports that are generated by these municipalities in terms of Section 71. What have you been doing after assessing those reports to provide this support? Why have you allowed these municipalities to go on for this long period without a senior management? The last, the second one, it goes to the speaker of the 2 councils. We must be told there. And this I'm posing to the president because it has a monitoring responsibility on municipalities. It is indicated there that on regular and frequent expenditure, investigations have not been done in both municipalities. What is it that the province, both Treasury and Court have been doing to close these gaps? Because they have a legal responsibility and a constitutional one to ensure that these gaps are not happening. I earlier commented to say, Cogstar merely exists. If there were no municipalities, there would be no Cogstar. There would be no Cogstar. They exist at the behest of municipalities to provide that support. Now, what has been the role of speakers in this municipality to ensure that the MPEGs are very functional? And what has been the province doing around that? The last, this portfolio committee is the custodian of the traditional and the cohesion leadership act. From Cocta National, the Provident Tower, you have been rolling out the implementation of that particular act. And I was not joking when I was saying that the Kosi Mabe here, as well as Toto, they were merely didn't have tools. They were reading papers. No, we are in a fourth industrial revolution. Why is it that they are not provided with tools of trade? Because that law enjoins them to do that. The other one, there is no report around that, the implementation, MEC, of that act, because it has a significant implication on rules of order of councils. How far have you implemented that act in the municipalities as the province? May I then assure you, honorable member from the province, that and the mayor, that municipal manager, what you are saying is true. And you must make sure that they don't tamper with his vision. Thank you. May I invite now the province.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee. Really, I think that the committee raised a number of critical questions. But before I start, I think I need to say that Phokwane municipality is not part of this meeting. So you will have time to engage Phokwane municipality so that they can respond to some of the issues. Others we will respond from our side as Cogstar as well as Provincial Treasury. So myself will respond to the MEC of Finance and the officials of the different departments as well as the municipality as well, and Office of the Auditor-General and Salga. But Chairperson, let me start with the issue that you raised around traditional leaders. First of all, I think I can confidently say, in the presence of our traditional leaders, that we have a sound relationship with our traditional leaders. I agree with you, there's a number of serious challenges, and we are working on our challenges to support traditional leaders in our province. The issue of tools of trade, it's a burning issue. It's one of the issues that we are discussing in all of our forums. In fact, 2 weeks back, myself and the provincial chairperson, Khosi Toto, attended a meeting where the President of the Republic called all the traditional leaders to Pretoria. And in this very same engagement, a number of issues was discussed there. So there's a clear mandate from the side of Cocta in terms of our responsibility towards our traditional leaders. But what we agreed that there is a number of challenges, and we are really trying to work around some of the issues. And we don't want to hide around the issue of finances, but it cripples us in some instances. But I think we're working very hard to make sure that we give them the necessary support. Also, in terms of our oversight responsibility, we always extend an invitation to our traditional leaders to make sure that there's close relationship with the municipalities. We have quarterly the MUNIMEC meeting where we invite as the two MECs all the municipalities, the troikas of municipalities, to engage on these platforms around issues of traditional leaders. Our last meeting took place last week Friday in Kuruman, and there we also reflect on the issue of our traditional leaders. But also, Honorable Chairperson, on the one raised by, and I think I should start with the homeboy and homegirl, my two colleagues. On the one raised by Honorable Mhlaule Shadrack, the Honorable Member touched on the issue of the 500 million. According to my information, it's a matter that we've been responding for quite some time now. We touch on the issue, we give clear indication what happened to the 500 million. But it's not 500 million like in 500 million where the provincial government gave 500 million to Sol Plaatjie municipality in cash to address the issue of potholes. What happened, we've identified, because Sol Plaatjie is our biggest municipality in the province, where we identified challenges in the municipality. And we agreed to find a way to give support to this municipality. And it was not only by financial support. In fact, I can, even in the 500 million, as part of support from the side of provincial government, was the issue where we as a department gave land to Sol Plaatjie municipality to develop for housing, for social housing. We have land parcels that we bought on behalf of the municipality. We bought it as the department and gave it to Sol Plaatjie. So it forms part of the 500 million. Also, if you look at the building, the ESCOM building was also part of some of the projects happening in Sol Plaatjie municipality. Hull Street project is also part of the 500 million. So it's not that we've given 500 million as the provincial government in cash to Sol Plaatjie municipality. So yeah, but then generally the issue was raised about a high vacancy rate, and I agree with the honourable members around the issue of vacant positions in municipalities. It's a serious matter, and it's one of the matters that we've discussed in our meeting on Friday as well. It's one of the issues that we discussed on different platforms around the importance of filling of vacant positions in municipalities, and that's why you will see that in our report we refer to the issue of vacant positions in our municipalities. And we gave municipalities a cut-off date by the end of May. We want all the vacant positions of senior managers in municipalities to be filled. But what I maybe also need to say is that there's processes in terms of legislation. What happened, and I think, I'm not sure you're the acting chair now, the acting of the acting. What we did as a department, we went to all the municipalities around the issue of appointment of senior managers in the entire province, all of them, to take our colleagues through the process. Because you see, Chair, without doing that, I think there's a challenge of interpretation of legislation. And this process is really, and all of us know that local government is over-legislated. We raise it in all the platforms to say that it's over-regulated. And that's why you have, when you read the NFMA, you also have to read the Systems Act and the Structures Act. Otherwise you can confuse yourself. So in terms of that, we went to all the municipalities. We took them through the process. In fact, COCTA on a national level met with the administration to take them through the process of appointment of senior managers, so that all of us are on the same page. Because failure to do that, it might end up in possible litigation. and we really want to try and avoid a situation like that. And that's why we agreed that we should fill the vacant positions. In fact, in terms of the appointment percentage for now, I think we're currently standing on 64%, if my memory serves me correctly, of appointment of senior managers in our province. But what we agreed is that those ones who still have vacant positions need really to start the process. In fact, a number of them already started with the process of advertising the vacant positions in the different municipalities. So as we speak, there's a number of positions running in the newspapers, and the municipalities are busy dealing with the issue of filling the vacant positions. But we agree with the principle that it can't be that municipalities are without senior managers. But on the other issue raised by one of the members is the one of some of the senior managers earning more than municipal managers. You see, there's legislation that guides the issue of salaries of municipal managers. It's no more like in years ago where you negotiate your salary as a municipal manager. There's a process of assessment. When you go through that assessment, your outcome will determine your salary. And this is what happened in a number of our municipalities. That's why some of the former municipal managers don't want to apply for these positions, because when this assessment score you, let me say competent, then you can earn a salary of 2 million. On the top notch, because there's a process. And it's unfortunately that we have to go through that process. So we're sitting with challenges, but also in terms of a number of our senior managers, some of them are permanent and I think here, specifically in Sol Plaatjie municipality, we have senior managers who are permanently employed. On the other issues raised by Honorable Opperman. Chairperson, why I said that the ideal is that we want to change all the municipalities to stable. I think that's ideal. We have a vision for our municipalities. It can be that municipalities share in the performance of our municipalities at this point in time. The state of our municipalities, they are in a weak state. And our vision is to say that we are working very hard with our municipalities, with the support of Provincial Treasury and SALGA, the Auditor-General, to change the situation in our municipalities. So it might not be now, but maybe in the next 2 or 3 years' time, we want to see there's a change in the picture. What happened, a number of our municipalities, if you look at your district municipality, performance of district municipalities, we manage now at least there's Honorable Opperman, coming from this municipality, Anta municipality, it's a local municipality, receive a clean audit. So what it means that local municipalities can, but we need to give them the support to change the audit outcomes, although there's a number of serious challenges raised by the Auditor-General. And I think all of us are on the same page that we need to stabilize our municipalities to achieve that outcome, to make sure that the situation change in our municipalities. But also, Honorable Chairperson, the stability in municipalities is critical, politically as well as administratively, to deal with these challenges. And for us, we need to work as a collective to address these issues. The issue of consequent management, it's a serious concern. We've been raising it with municipalities to say it can't be that the senior managers, the CFO and the municipal manager failed to submit AFSs in time. And that's why we're saying the role of our oversight role in municipalities as the council is to make sure that it doesn't happen, where you submit late your AFSs. And it's one of the issues that we really need to make sure. And I'm confident that this time around it will not happen. Chairperson, the issue of outstanding ESCOM debt and water boards, as well as the that of the Auditor-General. It's a serious concern based on the low revenue collection in our municipalities, and my colleague will reflect in terms of our plan as a province to deal with some of the issues in terms of economic development to address these challenges. I was saying to the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements yesterday, that's why as a province we don't agree with the issue of the equitable share, the current formula of the equitable share, because it's not assisting us. Salga raised a very important issue to say it's about time that municipal councillors should be paid from national fiscus. And I think it's something that we really have to look into to say, but if you look at the current financial situation of our municipalities, we need to find maybe another way to deal with the issue of our municipal, with the finances of municipalities. Even if you look in terms of to review the financial system of district municipalities, because you have district municipalities, but they are not in a position to give support to local municipalities. So then you ask yourself, what becomes the role of district municipalities if they can't play that role to give support to local municipalities? But a number of our district municipalities, they are just surviving because they can't afford it as well, because they are not collecting any revenue. Honorable Chairperson, let me pause for now there. Let me hand over with your permission to my colleague and the team from the department. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
No, that was on a lighter note. I think I tried to respond to some of the other issues in general.
Sorry. MEC? Are you raising an order? What is the order?
The order that we are engaging the MEC.
Yes.
Because he's here, he's the political head, we are expecting answers from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think he responded, he will come back later. Continue.
Don't protect him.
I'm not protecting him.
Ask him. Chair, and ask him if he's going to come later.
I will come back.
Chairperson?
Section number 6.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. That's why I was saying we are a team here, Chair. We will respond to the issues raised by the
Definitely.
committee. Thank you very much.
Malik, order. Continue.
Check. Oh. Thank you, Chair. Once again, Chair, allow me first and foremost to acknowledge you as the Chair as well as the Portfolio Committee members, my colleague MEC Fass, the Executive Mayor, and MMC members, all councillors that are present here, and all other stakeholders of local government that are present here today. I'll respond to about 3 or 4 of the issues that were raised by the Portfolio Committee. The first issue that MEC requested me to respond on is on the issue of the unemployment in the province, how we are addressing unemployment in the province. I think we must start off by indicating that as a Northern Cape province, the unemployment rate in the Northern Cape stands currently at 22.1%. It's the lowest in the country. There's been for quite some time, just I think the quarter before this, we were not the lowest. That said, we still agree it's still a major challenge that we need to climb, especially amongst young people in the province. We face a serious challenge in as far as unemployment is concerned. So on that one, I think we are all in agreement with the committee that a lot of work still needs to be done. As the Northern Cape province, what do we have in place?
in terms of planning. We can indicate to the committee that we have what we call catalytic projects that seeks to create jobs on a massive scale in the province. With catalytic projects, we mean on the N14 corridor, we call it the metal corridor, that's where your iron ore, manganese are actually mined in that area. And in the Katu area, we are in the process of developing what we call the Katu Industrial Park. Not on our own as provincial government, but in collaboration with private sector and other stakeholders of government at the national level, your agencies as well. In Uppington, we are working around the Uppington Industrial Park, which in the main focuses on the renewable energy space. But not only that, we have now started already with the fencing to the tune of 60 million rand, where more than 150 people are already getting job opportunities. And in that regard, a lot of work has been done, and we're still doing a lot of work. The ultimate aim is to ensure that both the Katu Industrial Park as well as the Uppington Industrial Park will become SEZs on their own if we are able to attract anchor investors into that area, which will actually make the industrial park turn into an SEZ, make it more sustainable and make it more effective in terms of operating and creating jobs on a more sustainable manner. And if we then go a little bit further to your Ahanes area, where we are working on the establishment of an SEZ, we can safely say that we have had an engagement with Minister Patel just a month or so back, where the Premier led the delegation. We are in the final stages of getting the designation of the SEZ for Namakwa. We can do that because we have secured 2 anchor investors led by the local, one local company there, which is called Vedanta Zinc International, and then a second one, of course. And then also, obviously, you have the Northern Cape is obviously seen as the renewable hub of the country. Not only just by mentioning it, we are also saying that it is called the renewable hub because in terms of solar, wind, and hydrogen projects in the country, 60% of all renewable projects are based here in the Northern Cape. That's now in terms of wind, solar, as well as hydrogen. And that is why the project around Bukuberg Sabai development, which include a port development of about 30 billion rand, a rail development of about 13 billion rand, and then also hydrogen cluster development, of which there's already a investor in place that's already doing a lot of studies. Pre-feasibility study has been done. Feasibility study will be completed by November this year. And we foresee at the Northern Cape that from next year onwards, 2024 till 2035, we will be able to create nothing less than 40,000 job opportunities in the space of those 4 catalytic projects that I've mentioned. And I haven't mentioned other initiatives as well. For instance, where there's a 9.7 billion rand project in your Priska area, which will create a lot of job opportunities. And the financial closure around that project is well underway. We hope that before the end of this calendar year, the financial close of that project will then be concluded, where we'll be having more than 2,500 job opportunities. So I'm raising this issue just to indicate, over and above that, we are also working, because the unemployment amongst our youth is very high. But coupled with that, also the skills levels in the province is very high, and it's directly attributed to the high dropout figures amongst young people in the province. Now, to respond to that, we have collaborated with a number of SITAs. For instance, with Mayor SITA, we are already rolling out adverts in training young people in the field of aluminium and in steel. But there are other SITAs as well, especially in the renewable energy space, where a lot of training will also be taking place. Your training in terms of UIF, currently for this financial year has been approved, not this financial year, the one that will be starting 1st of April. 60 million rand has already been approved, which will be able to train about 1,500 young people in the province. We are discussing with a company that will be able to establish a sponge iron plant facility in the province. There is the possibility that it should be established here in Kimberley, but also in the R. So those are the two venues that we are looking into. And if that one is going to be successful, and hopefully before the end of this year, we'll be able to create at least a minimum of 1,000 job opportunities, depending obviously on exactly which area we'll be looking into. But we agree there's serious work that needs to be done, even though our unemployment rate in the country is the lowest as a province. But the challenge of unemployment can't be standing at 22.1%. For us, it should be a one-digit figure. The issue around the 500 million rand, I think, has been clarified by my colleague. The only thing that I think that we should add to that is the fact that we have been able to respond when these questions were asked in the legislature. I think these questions were posed to the Premier at one stage in the legislature last year, and the Premier responded quite clearly. But that additional information, I'm sure, can be provided to the committee, where the initial press statement in terms of what was indicated to the public, in terms of what the money will be used for, as to exactly the implementation thereof, because it was not only for potholes, it was for a range of service delivery issues it was for a range of service delivery issues within the Sol Plaatjie municipality. And we actually utilized that platform to make sure that we also engage further with municipalities in as far as their rates and taxes are concerned as a provincial government. The issue of unsustainable budgets and what informs that kind of a characterization. I think there was such a question asked by an honourable member. The issue is that in the main, municipalities in the province are challenged around revenue enhancement matters. And that is why, even if the budget for now indicates that it's funded, throughout our own experience has confirmed, throughout the period of a financial year, it's been difficult for municipalities to sustain that kind of momentum in terms of raising revenues. And let's also face it, the last 2 financial years has been very difficult due to the lockdown measures that have been introduced around the COVID pandemic. And for us, I think as municipalities, Sol Plaatjie and Phokwane included, all municipalities have been affected by that. So the issue of raising revenue on a regular basis at the municipal level is a challenge in the province. Even though you might be having revenue enhancement strategies in place, the work still needs to be done, and in that regard, I think we sometimes find challenges in as far as municipalities is concerned, not only confined to Sol Plaatjie and Phokwane alone. The issue of MPEC's performance and the role of Treasury and Coxta, and I think the MEC first responded to it that our engagement with municipalities at the platform of Unimex, these are some of the matters that are being addressed at that platform. The last engagement of a meeting of this nature was last week, Thursday, last week Friday. And the next engagements that will be focusing on financial related matters, all financial related matters will be just in the second or third week of April. There was a the issue around the ESCOM debt of municipalities in the province. I think this is a matter that we as the provincial government take very serious, to the point that it's even led by the Premier himself as the head of government, as the head of the EXCO. We had numerous engagements with specifically the municipalities that I think it was like in the top 10 municipalities that owes money to ESCO. We had two engagements where the Premier engaged the municipal mayors, MNs and CFOs directly, and in all those commitments, the issues that we are raising is not only through engaging municipalities, but also ESCOM being part of all those engagements, with a view to allow the municipalities to engage with ESCOM in a manner and make commitments that they are able to actually pay back the money or able to meet their commitments on a monthly basis, and not make commitments to ESCOM that they are unable to actually meet. And that has been our challenge in the past. But I must also hasten to indicate to the committee, in that regard, we are still struggling, and the last 2 years has not actually assisted us more, given the fact that it's been difficult due to the COVID measures. There was a question asked around the appointments. I think the MEC responded to the issue of appointments. In the main, there has been the questions that we had to respond to. Luckily, I'm having two colleagues of Treasury that's also working with the two municipalities. They'll be able to even fill in some more. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Auditor-General.
Chair, we tried to listen if there was any questions for us.
I know that there was no question for you, specifically for you. Yeah. But you are not fine. I'm giving you this opportunity. We have seen members raising questions. What's your take? Auditor-General? And the response, MEC responded. You want to come in? Oh, sorry. Do come in.
Thanks, Chairperson, Honorable Member of MCs. We wanted to respond to some of the things that are very technical and which we think we can assist the committee with in this regard. And let's start with
lapsing of appointments in Phokwane. Chair, the Systems Act came into effect in July 2011. It was set aside by the Constitutional Court because it did not go through the right legislative process. It has been reintroduced, but we are still at odds with all municipalities across the country on understanding and interpreting the time frames with the same kind of understanding. And more often than not, municipalities, Phokwane is not an exception, and Sol Plaatjie, majority of municipalities, they get beaten by the understanding on when does the time lapse. Because it has got quite specific time frames within which to do certain things. And we're not going to go into those details now. And we just need to indicate that the lapse of appointment in Phokwane was as a result of that. And secondly, the delay in the appointment of senior managers. You recall that shortly after the election of the new council, there was misunderstanding between councillors and at the political level. And that raised quite a number of tensions, some of which necessitated litigation. Unfortunately, so we do not litigate purely because we do not have intergovernmental relations or cooperation, or we're not properly oversighting or overseeing municipalities. But it is municipalities that decide themselves to stand against advice and decision of the Provincial Executive Council. And it is on those bases that once discussions and engagements have fallen between the cracks and there is no understanding between parties, then litigation happens. And it is those reasons that justifies why the Provincial Executive and the NEC have to intervene. With respect to the section 106, and I'm going to club the answers with all of the questions raised by members. The section 106 was an investigation that was conducted, and we came up with the procedure to do it, and we are learning lessons from all that has happened, and we're not the only ones. We've now come to realize that senior managers in municipalities, when the MEC conducts a 106 investigation, they then jump to look at the technical legal loopholes in the system that the process has taken, and they take those on review, and on the basis of those, they then succeed. We are an example, KZN is an example, and the Zondo Commission has not also come to assist us, because now the impression that we gain from the lessons that we have learned in this regard suggests that, and we think we have a different view in this regard. The impression that is created is that for an MSc to investigate an observation or a perception of maladministration, we must convene a commission like the Zondo Commission. That's the impression that we're gaining, because the Commission's Act says it has to be done in public. You must conduct it in accordance with the Commission's Act, and if you follow that Commission's Act, you have no reason to flop other than to replicate the process of the Zondo Commission and all the other commissions that are there. And that is why the Sol Plaatjie one was found to be was set aside, because we have not done it in public. It has not, the members, the applicants, that the witnesses that came were not sworn in. And on the basis of those, the court set it aside because it was not in compliance with the National Commission's Act. And Chair, we're certainly learning lessons on how to develop it, and we discussed it with the colleagues at National to say it is not an easy task for municipalities and for the MECs to investigate. But we think this was never the intention of the legislation. Legislation had intended purely, if an MEC gets to hear anything in the public on maladministration, he writes a letter to the MM, he writes a letter to the mayor, and requests them to respond to him on whether these allegations are true or not, so that he should get the veracity of the stories. Those are the issues, Chair, that we had wanted to raise with you in this regard. There are acting appointments. Chair, the AG says He does not have issues, and I think perhaps today the AG must be in a position to assist us in this regard. We have established the Systems Act, and we did two things. We made a provision for an appointment, for a section that deals with the appointment of a senior manager in a municipality. And we then went ahead and prepared a section that deals with acting appointments of senior managers in the absence of substantive senior managers, from municipal manager to all the managers accountable to the MN. And the law and legislation accepts and allows those acting appointments as legitimate appointment of a senior manager. Why? Because we've included in the section a provision that says anybody who's acting in this position must be qualified, experienced, competent, and skilled, as if he is appointed substantive. So if you have those powers, what makes you less of a man? But when the AGO goes and he finds me as an acting MN, he writes a report and says the municipality is administratively not in a very good accountable area because there is no accounting officer or substantive. Says who? Because legislation says an acting person is substantively accountable to anybody else and to the council as appointed by legislation. Those are the issues that we think we should resolve for the AG in this regard. Chair, the issues of the change in appointment of our colleague that we sent to the municipality and the colleague from Treasury, it's a technical issue. She was sourced from the district municipality and a contract was coming to an end. And to the extent that we did not want the council to be without an acting we had to do those necessary administrative changes. And we certainly do not think it was anything wrong for us to do. Yes, Section 139, there is a close-out report. It is available. If my memory serves me well, we did send a copy to the colleagues at the ACOP for them to have. But if there is indication that there is no existence of a copy, we'll make a copy available to honourable members. Chair, I think the MEC has dealt with the 500 million and the unsustainable goals litigations we've dealt with. Chair, the issue of the senior managers in France is about earning less than their middle managers is as a result of the bargaining council resolutions, because these managers accountable to managers responsible to the their salary is determined by bargaining council. And the salary of the managers accountable to the and the MMs one, they are determined by the minister. And unfortunately, the level at which they are started, or the entry level for senior managers, is a bit lower than what is envisaged. We have now, at the level of COCTA, established a remunerations committee to deal with this challenge, because we are now able to see, having come through the whole system from 2011, we do not have sufficient capacity to attract managers from private sector and from provincial government and national government and any other sector to ensure that they find reason to come and work in a municipality and support municipalities as we have wanted to do that. I think those are the fundamental things, Chair, that we have wanted to look at from the questions that came from the members. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon. The head of department, just wanted to add, but also recognize the protocol that has been established since this morning. My input will just be central to the traditional affairs that Chair has raised in terms of the support. Indeed.
Did you introduce yourself?
I said Bafedile Lenkwe.
Oh, thank you.
HOD. Thanks, Chair. Obviously, in terms of Section 81 of the Structures Act, it calls for that interface, that the traditional leaders together with the ward councillors mustn't compete, but they must complement each other. Hence, as a province here, we took a conscious decision through the advice that was given to the Premium, the MEC, to ensure that now there is representation in each and every municipality in the GTG. A gazette was published in that regard. All traditional leaders have got access to tools of trade, vehicles. We are now even busy now procuring, because they have reached the end of the lifespan, to procure new vehicles for the traditional leaders, fuel cards. So there's a lot that we've been doing. In terms of also the organizational functionality, there are projects that are lined up also. We can avail the document to the honorable members for perusal. The COISANS, there's a lot of work that is going on. Applications have been opened. We went around the province raising awareness, because 80% of the COISANS are located within the Northern Cape province. But for now, the JTG region is the one that is having the traditional leaders, 8 of them. But obviously, there are things that are supposed to unfold up until March next year. So we are hoping and trusting that all those claimants that have got royal blood, they will have to prove that beyond reasonable doubt through their submissions and applications, so that the commission, when they wrap up, they are able to recommend to the president. And also we do have the manual that will assist the very same traditional leaders in terms of that interface or that relationship with the local municipality. That was approved also by the Minimec. Minimec is where the MEC meets with the troikas within the province. The other point that I would like just wanted to add, Chair, is that the two chairs, the deputy and the chair, Khosi Pelenomi and Khosi Bareki, respectively, they have been allocated state accommodation. Houses, as I'm talking now, the contractor is on site. Houses have been revamped to ensure that now there is an element of maintenance that is provided to those houses. So there's a lot that we are trying to build with the limited resources, but however, already in discussion with Provincial Treasury, we have made provision for the inclusion of the COISANS for the outer years. If it comes to that point, that now the outcomes are published here. The NEC have said a lot, also my colleague and NEC Fosway, they've said a mouthful. There's an item that I think he speaks to from, I don't know, is it Honorable Opraman, but one of the members here, why the annual performance plan or the annual report is not yet submitted. I think it's Phokwane, but those things we will talk to them when we engage with Phokwane. The other one is regarding the ill-informed, what Advocate Mayane was responding to in terms of the Section 106. Sol Plaatjie, for noting by the honourable members, it's an intermediary city, it's a secondary city, it reports directly to National Treasury. So anything that happens here, we come here as per invite. So MEC didn't just sit and initiate this investigation. It came out of the reports, the protests that were there based on the petitions that were submitted to the mayor here by that time. Hence, the MEC said, what is the advice we had to come in? So we came here as per invite, not the MEC first leading that. It was evidence-based. Yes, it's correct that now where there is a high vacancy rate, there is a direct correlation with service delivery. We do approve that now we need to make sure we move with speed. That's why the MEC first indicated that come end of May. We are standing currently at 64% in terms of filling of vacancies. It's not enough. We are supposed to be standing at 100%. So, but we will work around the clock. SLPs, social labor plans, as raised by Honorable Phokwane. Indeed, my apologies, my apologies, Honorable Member. The social labor plans, obviously the custodians of the social labor plans is the Department of DMR. We work closely with them in ensuring that now they are needs-driven, they are community-based. We don't want people now to be receiving sewing machines like in the past, where now sewing machines will just be dumped to an old gogo there, gogo damene to do what? We need things that are substantive, so we can be able to motivate and talk to the issues. For example, bulk. One of the challenges facing the Northern Cape is the issue of bulk. I'm sure Sol Plaatjie will talk to that. Servicing, Northern Cape province is not easy, it's not cheap. For the information of the honourable members here, what we are lobbying, also asking for intervention, is regarding the revival of the equitable share formula. The equitable share formula is not biased towards the Northern Cape province. It's a fact. Northern Cape municipalities, that's why they're coming into a financially with unfunded budget. You take the 3 metros in Gauteng, Johannesburg, you take Ekurhuleni, you take Tshwane. They can even share what they are receiving with the provincial administration. We've got metros that have got a special grant. That is why we are pushing for the recognition of the provinces where you find cities, like Sol Plaatjie, Phokwane, Nelspruit, that at least let there be a special arrangement, because they are only relying on the MIC grant. But you go, for example, to the human settlement. We hosted the human settlement portfolio committee yesterday. The demand is high. And what we are receiving from the fiscus is not enough. You can imagine now for a municipality at 10% rate, I mean, in terms of the percentage, in terms of the allocation that is there. It is not enough. Hence, we are still making that call. Previous administrations, this matter has been raised to say that now, Northern Cape province is a rural province. For you to move now, if I drive to Port Noloth, where there's an ocean, it takes me almost 8 hours. I'm still in the Northern Cape. We are talking about the green high hydrogen gas that the MEC force is talking about. It needs money for us to pump it, make sure that the Rattersveld municipality that Honorable Mkaliki was talking about, that it services the surrounding and also its community. Hence, we are still making that plea, Honorable Chair, that now the equitable share formula, it needs to be reviewed so that now the small provinces can also be able to derive benefit out of it. For now, we are not enjoying that. Hence, we are talking about this SLP. It comes out of the SLP also, that now the mines also are not doing enough. That's why now we see that now week in, week out, on a weekly basis, petitions coming out, Kosi having to receive those memos, petitions, and then also the MMs. But collaboratively, we will be able to achieve. I think the 500 million MEC has spoken volume around that. The financial recovery plan, obviously it covers where there's a lot of fact, luxury, people spending left, right, and center. We need to come up with cost-containing measures to say these are the drivers where now pressure is experienced. For example, cutting across all municipalities, I'm sure AD will raise it. It's overtime budget that is not properly managed. So we need to ensure that this overtime budget gets properly managed by making sure that the people do their work during working hours. A burst pipe will be reported at 10 o'clock. In some instances, people will only go to that burst pipe runabout late in the afternoon. But we don't want that. People must be able to make sure that this overtime budget is adequate, it's enough, and there's a threshold also. The bloater structure also, Honorable Chair, it's an issue. In terms of warm bodies that are there. Are they assets? Is it liability? We need to look at all those things based on the threshold that has been given to us through the MFLA. So it's something that we are looking at, assisting them also with the generic organizational structure. Because you'll find that now as a municipality that is very small has got a span of control of close to 8 HODs. But what does the System Act say? That's why MEC was talking about the Systems Act vis-a-vis the Structures Act. That there has to be that alignment. So in those instances, we review those structures, we advise them, especially during the budgetary process, where now budgets are, for example, now as for March, consultation, IDP process, right up to the approval of the budgets. The structure has to be informed, structure has to be budgeted for, and be accommodated within the allocated to deal also with the unauthorized expenditure. The other matter that I would also wanted to raise here is around the PIGFs. The question was asked that whether are we giving support and all. Obviously to the premiers in the governmental program, the IGRs in the districts that are also active. There was a statement raised by Mr. Floyd that now we have not submitted one budget, one plan in terms of the DDL. I'm sure he was referring to the second phase. The first phase, indeed, we did submit. I just wanted to correct that narrative. That now we shouldn't go out here now with that belief that now Northern Cape does not comply. No, Mr. Floyd, the DCOC representative, Honorable Mkaliki. So as a province chair, we did submit all the 5 district development plans, submitted, well informed, assessed, reviewed by the national team of DCOC. We got the results. Now what we have done is to go on the second phase in terms of the reviewer to ensure that now there's one plan, one budget that has been simplified to us so that we can have a clear understanding in terms of the context that has been given by Mr. Floyd. all the departments, whether it's national, provincial, the private sector, put everything in one plan just by reading on one page to say that now, if one, for example, likes to sell the JTC, how much this will the district cost? That's a simple that now, it's in an integrated way we should work together in a collaborative manner because we don't have communities as departments. As I'm talking here, after 4, I'm going to a particular ward. So the municipality as a seat where it's service delivery driven, cold face, it's important to ensure that now we work together as a team collaboratively. Based on Constitution Section 154, that says everybody is his business in terms of local government. Local government is everybody's business. So all of us, we need to make sure that now, here's now those national, provincial, local, the private sector, the minds within the province here, they have to make a contribution in that sense. So we did submit, now we are busy, we have published, we have gazetted for public inputs in terms of the 5 plans that we are busy reviewing. So that one is just to make a correction there. Obviously, the PDOs that we have touched on to say it has been disclaimed is not good because budget informs the plan. If the plan is still, your indicators, your objectives are not aligned and smart principle not being applied to, then there will be a problem. Because obviously your reporting will be skewed. But fortunately now, what we did, Sol Plaatjie last week hosted a stress session here. I mean, at a venue that they identified. We participated actively. The team also assisted to make sure that now we give direction in terms of how do you go about making sure that your indicators and your objectives speak to the current. Things that are outside your control, don't put in the plan. And then overestimations and then over-targeting. So, Chair, in short, that's what I just wanted to say. MPEX, my colleague have also touched on that, and I think MEC Foster also. We do support through South and all that. The last one, we have what is known as the Operation Clean Audit, chaired by the DG, where all the municipalities, departments, collectively, we work together. I'm co-chairing that in ensuring that now we look at the plan, AG will come in and table and present, and then from there they move back. But for now, there is an improvement. That's why, for example, now, 2 consecutive years, the local municipality like Hantam has produced unqualified audit opinion. The districts have been producing unqualified audit opinions. So there is an improvement. There is direction. We are on the right direction. On that note, Chair, let me put the context.
Thank you very much. I will allow follow-up to Gary. And because we were supposed to go in there for lunch, but or now for follow-up questions, and I would urge Salka so that Salka presents before we go to lunch.
Chair, DCOP did not respond. I'm saying DCOP did not respond.
Honorable Hagere, yes, sir. Honorable Kalende, Honorable Sima.
Chair, let's follow up on behalf of my honorable colleague, Chair. You're getting crash course on the parties on the section. Now I'm saying, I think we would appreciate a breakdown on the 500 million from the premium, so that you are interested in service delivery and changing things like how much was it allocated for Sol Plaatjie in relation to potholes. If you can get that breakdown, because we have now discovered that it's not the entire 500 million that was meant for Sol Plaatjie. Chair, on the financial recovery plan, I had asked what is contained in the plan, your key achievements, 2, what has been achieved thus far from that financial recovery plan, and the duration for the plan. Because I don't think it's a plan for until Jesus comes back, it has a time frame. We want to assess, Chair, whether or not the plan is actually changing the status quo. The second follow-up is in relation to this litigation who is exactly litigating against who? Because from your response, it seems as if it's the province that is litigating against the council and councillors. Can I get an understanding? Who's litigating against who? The section 106, Chair. The response seeks to suggest that in terms of, there is a lacuna in terms of this legislation. Now, can we be clarified, Chair? Where is this loophole? And how then do we, because we are the lawmakers in the National Assembly Parliament, and if you're saying there's a lacuna which creates an impression that you need to follow the Zondo Commission style of then which means we have crafted something that is taboo and it's limiting or confusing even on your part. Hence I ask lessons learned. What is it exactly that was not done according to the legislative prescript? What needs to be improved? How do we as lawmakers assist in closing the gap? Because we're also here to learn. We're not only here with the hammer and the only problem that we see is the nail. No, we want to also learn something out of this process. So I would really, even if it means that we can get the copy of the court order so that we familiarize ourselves with it in that relation, it will make sense. The next follow-up, my understanding, Chair, is that as an MM, in terms of your staff profile, MM is the highest level because of the responsibilities that comes with it, followed by your senior managers. The salary will therefore differ. And whoever that was the MM at the time, when those senior managers get an increase, it was applicable to an MM. Now when you re-advertise and hire someone new, the response is to suggest that that is why there's a gap. You have taken someone who is not competent enough to match their skill, hence the payment is less, and that should be a worrying factor. Because when you leave the vacant position, you leave it at a certain salary scale, and whoever applies automatically ought to match that salary scale in terms of competency and qualification. So if a person comes and then is below that salary scale, it means we have accepted a substandard or incompetent person in terms of the assessment. I just need a clarification, Chair, in that aspect. Otherwise, I'm confused in terms of, I think I'm covered, Chair.
Yeah, I'm confused as Honorable Hadden, because the act that empowers the MEC in terms of Section 906 is the Municipal Systems Act that empowers the MEC. I don't know this commission story, where does it come from now? So we must not be taken for granted, Chair. As much as we've been saying that you are here to learn, but we must be clear that there is an act that is empowered the MEC. There's no commission of Zondo here to fix this thing. So, firstly, you must have a political will to address all these concerns to start with. And you are also protected by the Act of Parliament. So the MEC, that's why I said in the beginning, the MEC must speak here, because you know people who are not elected, they are going to distort what are the powers that is empowering the MECs. So he must come back. Chair, I was listening to responses, especially, I even said municipality per municipality they are acting. So the MEC, his first remarks is saying that there's a little bit of stability in Northern Cape. It can be. You can't have a stability when out of 31 municipalities, only 20 does not have management. So don't swim around. Please come straight and tell us how many management, MM, CFO, Director of Technical Service, the Director of, how many have you addressed? Because I gave you the details in terms of that. So we need to come out of this meeting knowing very well, are we having a stable municipalities, and the provincial costa is on top of things. And my colleague is very clear here, and is quite correct to say, even the costa, the department now must come clean, because if they are working on 24 hours, they will know which way is the gap in terms of addressing the issues of vacancies in the province. But what I like is that a political head, a person who's voted to be in the office, who have a political will to address these issues, is here with us. That is the one thing. I was listening to the MEC of Finance responding on how to address unemployment in Northern Cape. I'm not sure if I was dreaming as well, Chair. I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't hear him very well. Saying that they have a plan to address the unemployment. They are going to create about 40,000 employment in 2025. What is the population of Northern Cape? It's not about 1 million. And then you are talking about 40,000. No, you'll respond, sir. Just take your time. I was listening to you, you must listen to me. Then we'll be given a chance to clarify issues. But I wanted to check that. I was not dreaming. 2035 will be having about 40,000 new employment. And then the employment that is also citing, I think is not a permanent employment, Chairperson, but he will clarify to that one. Yeah, those are the things that are troubling me, Chair, before I go to lunch. Thank you.
No, Chair, I am partly covered, except the response of the TICO. Yes, I'm saying if I can get that, then we'll be fine.
Chair, I think on the response, I've not yet received the response as to what are the costs related to Section 106 and who's going to take responsibility for those costs. I'm still waiting for an updated forecast on the district development model and the relationship between the local municipality, community, and the manual house. Lastly, Chair, it's on the issue. I know that some of municipalities are going to present. However, on the COPTA presentation, it's indicated that Phokwane did not submit their annual financial statement in time. So, who has taken the responsibility for that? Is there any disciplinary procedures are taking place with regard to that? So I'm still waiting for the response of those 4 questions. They must be clear, so that when we move out of this, we should know that in Phokwane, the MM, the accounting officer and the CFO failed to submit the annual financial statement in time. Therefore, these are the decisions that are taken in terms of consequence management. So that's what we want. Section 106, people were paid while others were suspended, then it was reviewed. So who's responsible for that payment of those who were acting at that time? And legally, if you were acting and then that process was reviewed, what are the financial implications of that process? We need those answers. They must be clear.
Thank you, honorable members. When the mayor is not acting to employ, the first consequence begins when the mayor is speaking by reading them the right act to go.
I forgot, Chair, the voluntary financial recovery plan as advised by the province to Sol Plaatjie. I asked whether or not has the municipality, if they had that understanding, heed that advice and implemented it.
Honorable.
I'm still on the 500.
No, thanks, Chair. Mine is still on the 500 million. It's something that no one wants to hear, and I'll continue to raise it up until we get answers. My question was, the 500 million donated to Sol Plaatjie, how was it spent in terms of the potholes in the Northern Cape, in Sol Plaatjie? We need that quantity. But also my question was that, was the money paid into this municipality? If not, it's fine. But did the municipality contribute to that 500 million? Because of the report we got in the legislature, was that this municipality contributed in that 500 million. Hence the question comes from, where was this money sourced? And I think that the MEC of Finance here is in a position to answer that. Thank you.
Provincial Treasury, we're starting with Coxa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the follow-up questions. Chair, to start with the one of the 500 million. We've given a clear breakdown in terms of the 500 million. 2021. It's more than 2 years back. But let me give it again. In terms of the 500 million, we said, Honorable Chairperson, if you can protect me, from the 500 million, 215 million will go to urgent maintenance work of fighting potholes, sewer and water leakages as follows. 180 million will be used towards road maintenance and to deal with the issue of the ceiling as well. 20 million will be spent towards addressing water and sewage leakages. Amount of 15 million will be spent on cleaning of the city. And then 71 million towards temporary residential units for residents that were affected by the floods at that point in time. And then 44 million will be spent to the Sol Plaatjie in the Sol Plaatjie municipal area. 144 million will be allocated to High Street social housing project. 37 million towards establishing of 2,900 sites. And then 53 million for the purchase of land to develop for housing on the N12. And then also the 16 million for the ESCOM building for social housing. So that was basically the breakdown in terms of the 500 million. And maybe some of the issues we need to respond in writing to the committee, Honorable Chairman, because we're really trying to clarify some of the issues. And I think we've touched on the issues of the appointment of senior managers and the processes, and also in terms of the salary and salaries of senior managers and municipal managers, because it's a process determined by the Minister of Government. And that's why some of the colleagues are raising issues around the issue of salaries to say that it's not enough, they are not prepared to go to municipalities, they are not prepared to go and work for the entry level, because it's a new process, it's a new term. When the term has come to an end as a municipal manager and you apply, you start a new term. It's not that you are continuing with the from the 6th year or the 7th. Your term, you are appointed for 5 years as a municipal manager. I think, Chair, we we tried to respond to the issue of the 106 report. And I think it's not about not giving the correct information here or leading the committee. It's based on the fact that we will forward it in writing to the committee to go through the report, and then we are prepared to have follow-up meetings on that. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
And let me also then
say thank you for the questions that were tabled in terms of follow-ups. I think the first issue around the 500 million rand, the MEC responded to it, but also the committee can be furnished with a detailed report as to the spending thereof. I think that in the mail will then lay all the fears and address the questions that were asked that we probably could not have responded to in detail. The second issue is the issue of unemployment in the minority. Chair and members of the committee, I responded on key catalytic projects that we are having in the pipeline. I didn't respond on all the others in detail. And if the committee agrees, obviously we can provide the committee with the detailed report in that regard. I think that those are the two questions that I think I was actually requested to respond to. I don't know if there's another one that I've not necessarily responded to.
Yes. Thanks, Chair. Chair, we secretary do not come to the portfolio committee with the intention to mislead. We sincerely try to the best of our ability to stick to the narrative and what the legislation prescribes. If we look at section 106, how it is crafted, it says when the MEC has reason to believe that maladministration is taking place, it must take action. And the first point of call that you must do is must write a letter to the municipality requesting the municipal council to respond to the issues that is raising. And if the MEC considers it necessary, he must designate a person or persons to conduct an investigation. And then 106.2 says, in the absence of applicable provincial legislation, the provisions of sections 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the Commissions Act 1947 and the regulations made in terms of that act shall apply, with the necessary changes as the context may require to an investigation in terms of section 106.1b. So that is the crux of the issue, that whoever is disgruntled by an investigation conducted by MEC, they start there. Is there a Provincial Commissions Act? Does it say may? Does it say must? And in the two Commissions Act, the provinces one and the national one have got two different connotations. The one says you may swear in candidates, and the other one says you must swear in candidates. And wherever it says must, then the understanding is that we have no other alternative, but it is peremptory. And whoever comes before the commission must be sworn in as a witness, to the extent that other provisions of the Commissions Act becomes applicable. Absent those, then it means you have not complied with the provisions of conducting investigation in terms of the Commissions Act. That is what the law says. Then the second part, Chair, of the question that relates to the issues members have raised, Phokwane had instituted litigation challenging the action of the MEC to appoint an acting to second a senior manager at the municipality. And MEC had no other alternative but to defend an action that the municipality was bringing against him. And we defended the matter successfully, as we indicated. Now, with respect to the remuneration of senior managers, Initially, we had understood the question to understand why is there salary creep. We define it as salary creep between remuneration of middle managers and those of senior managers of local government, because it is there. Hence, we had established a committee to make sure that we resolve the impasse and the lacuna in this regard. But the new question that is emerged, Chair, is why, if I am an MM and I'm currently earning 1.2 million, and when I come back into a new municipality, I'm forced to earn 800,000. What we have done in local government, which is what has not been done elsewhere else, in provincial government and national government, you have a system of remuneration which is called a bursa, and remuneration is determined through the determination by DPSA. In local government, we did not have a factor that could determine how a senior manager begins his remuneration. We then used what we called competency assessments. So once a senior manager has been shortlisted, he then goes through to the process of competency assessment. There are 4 categories of assessments. You could either become basic, or you could become competent, you could become advanced, or you become superior. And legislation says where a person comes out as basic, if you think of appointing that person, you must think twice, to the extent that people who are basic are not appointed in any municipality. We have court judgments in this regard to support our case. So we have now used the competency assessment to link remuneration of senior managers to the outcome of their competency assessment. So if you receive a competent assessment, you can only earn as much as minimum. Whatever minimum salary has been determined by the municipality, that is what you earn. Regardless of whether you came back from a district as Dr. Advocate, Professor so-and-so, municipal manager, with 75 years of experience. If your outcome is competent, having earned 25 million, you now go to earn minimum, which is 1,100, if that is what is prescribed by that municipality, in that municipality category. If your outcome comes out, Chair, as minimum, no, my apologies, as advanced, your next salary is midpoint. And if your outcome comes out as superior, you're going to earn a maximum salary. There is no cross-reference of remunerations. Anybody whose outcome is competent cannot receive a remuneration of midpoint or of superior, or which is maximum. You've got to be linked to a level of remuneration, and that is how senior managers are appointed. They are unhappy about it. Of course, the committee that is dealing with remuneration of senior managers, we're also looking at that to ensure that we change the system to make local government attractive to everybody else. Thanks, Chair.
Very much, Chair. DCOC, DDM, 1 plan, 1 budget. There were critical questions raised by Honorable Tirenko that were not answered. Can you come in, DDM? DCOC.
Chair, allow me to stand or rise, not on any rule, but because, you know, a man cannot fall on his sword sitting. There are 2 members of the House, Honorable Member Msimang and another member that I could not get the name, who felt very strongly about the use of the word cadre. You see, Chair, we are products of our orientation. I'm a management practitioner and a technocrat. To me, the word cadre simply means, and it's in the plural, a group of people specially trained towards a particular purpose or profession. Now, if you were to give me a blank canvas and say, give us different scenarios where you're going to use the word cater, I can give you multiple of scenarios. I would even use battle words like the movement of a platoon is measured by the pace of the slowest cadre. It's a management principle. It's got nothing to do with politics. I'm not a politician. The second issue was the confusion about the DDM. There's no confusion about this. We were simply saying we are at the review process, and the HOD linguist actually explained it succinctly to say at what stage we are of the one plans. The first batch of the one plans were submitted. They went through an assessment process of a committee comprised of the DPA, DPSA, DPME, COPTA, and other professionals. And certain gaps were identified. Then provinces and districts were asked to go and review these plans and resubmit. So we are still awaiting the submission of the reviewed one plans. But Honorable Msimang is here, probably did not hear my input on the issue of cable. Thank you, Chair.
The questions raised by Honorable Derek.
That's the source of that. Get the source,
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members, honorable councillors, honorable MEC for MEC first, and Kosi Mali, Kosi Tito. My name is Arina Ramadi, Honorable Hunza. I come from the Department of Cooperative Governance. So I was just saying to clarify some of the issues I'm glad my colleague has clarified Honorable Simons' issue, albeit in absentia. And I want to state that there is no confusion in our view about the district development model. The district development model seeks to address the matter of good utilization of the national resources of this country for the benefit of the people of this country. And to do that, we want to ensure that various sectors of government, as well as other role players, marshal their resources towards ensuring that poverty is eradicated, inequality is addressed, and the like. And the vehicle through which we want to do that, as adopted by Cabinet, in the wisdom of Cabinet, the only way to do that is to ensure that we eliminate silos, ensure integrated planning, so that whoever from whatever sphere or sector of government who wants to implement particular projects in a particular local municipality has to undergo a consultative process geared towards integrated planning. We've had challenges with the development of integrated development plans. That is evidence that we have not done as much as we need to do around the integrated development plan and integrated planning. So I thought I should just review that, because just restate that, so that because this engagement is on record, there is no ambiguity about that. In the Francis Park District, Honorable Guerrero, the DDM is being implemented. Mr. Lengwe, the head of Department of Cooperative, did indicate the process that has been followed, and that was also calculated in the presentation that we have prepared. To indicate that where we stand now, the District 1 plans have been developed and have now been subjected to gazetting to ensure that the public has an input into these plans, so that these plans are not just plans of technocrats. They are plans which also include the views of community members, the views of civil society, and to ensure that the matter that was raised by Honorable Khwaele are taken on board, and I think also Honorable Director raised that. One of the issues that we have raised through the engagements around the DGM is to say, when a mining company descends from whether England or Australia and wants to mine in a particular space, they can't do that without consideration of what the priorities of local municipalities in that particular area, or even the district or provincial government priorities within that particular area. And therefore, SLPs are also an important vehicle through which we hold mining companies accountable to ensure that, one, they comply with the legislation, but two, those social developments do meaningfully contribute towards those priorities that are indicated, which the district development model seeks to address. The political committee in Francis Bach here, as was indicated in the presentation, is led by Honorable Minister Kifit, who is the chair of the political committee. She's got constant engagements within the province, within the district, to ensure that all local municipalities are also playing their role. We have persuaded Sol Plaatjie, for example, Honorable Chair, to say they will occupy a very important role in ensuring that the economy of the district becomes beneficial to all the citizens of the district, so that it does not only benefit Sol Plaatjie, therefore the contributions that they make towards the implementation of based on their capacity is also going to be important. Yeah, so I thought I should just clarify that there are other specific questions around population growth and stuff like that, but I suspect that Chair wanted us to proceed to the next phase.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The questions, they wanted just to solicit the practicality of interdependence through this DTM within the context of the systems thinking and system theory. Those questions were intended so that we see the practicality of the human. Practically at this level, this interdependence of the three spheres within the DTM and the ability of the district to marshal such resources and direct them. That's what we wanted. The MECs are, I'm told that the MECs, because they have the executive council, after 2 o'clock they will not be with us. Yeah, there is a house sitting. So after lunch they won't be with us. And then the 2 MECs have also given a political directive that officials would actually submit that report to the executive secretary as a report on this 500 billion, so that we don't and the employment report. Perhaps even a report on this issue of the 1.6 investigation. Thank you very much, MECs, to stay with us for too long. You have responsibility to lead. You are released not to join us in the afternoon, but all of us, after lunch, we will have to come back. And when we come back, we'll start now with Salga that will present it, followed by Francis Bart, and then Sol Plaatjie. Then we adjourn now for lunch. And make sure that we